Okay, almost made an oops. What up? Oh, King Keneally, or yeah, King Kenley. What up, dude? Oh boy. Things and such.
Motor vessel Tosca. Motor vessel Tosca. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting...
Well, get clapped. Gig getting 6 months of Testcipient 8. That's good. Test is good.
Yeah, I feel.
Think about Clash Royale.
Ride up this to a castle. Is that what?
That's it.
Really sagging this thing. This is not right over the river.
Hier aussteigen.
Oh. Yeah, pretty. I was very close to breaking my leg. I know. Two and a half. Go.
These vlogs are pretty stupid.
My hand like when I pull it with lever. Almost. Okay, I do like Leonidas.
Leg training was pretty okay. It was better. Still had some knee pain, but I actually got some decent training in. It was more normalish. Cam donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god. Oh wow. That's a cat. He's so person. Why does the cat like to do it up against the wall? That's weird how he likes to do it up against the wall. Snow.
You going out, Coop?
Oh, he's mad at that snow. Fucking snowed today. It didn't accumulate, but holy fuck, dude, it's crazy. It's almost fucking May, and it snowed again.
He's gonna plop.
Oh, there
You called it.
Oh. Spinning. The cat is spinning. Oh my goodness. Isn't that special? That's amazing. That's a funny cat. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Nice. No, no, no. Here. Yeah, my friend. Go up. Yeah.
Nice.
Exactly. You know, this is the...
Out for a free meal, and gets a little more than she bargained for.
My life, this guy DM'd me and he seemed cool on Instagram, but he also seemed like he was 23 fucking years old. I think he only posted old ass pictures of himself, and he shows up and he's like 35, and at first I thought like maybe he's a little bit autistic because he was being quite weird, and then I came to realize that he's just a fucking weirdo. So the second we walk in the bar, he's not even looking at me or trying to start conversations with me. He's literally like staring at every other fucking girl's ass in the bar. I'm like, what's fucking wrong with you? Do you not have fucking manners? And then we like sit down and all he's doing is bragging about how he manages all of these influencers, and then he's like trying to get me to fucking do OF essentially, and he's like trying to like convince me.
Oh my god. Oh, this is great.
Me to do it, and it's like, that's how you're gonna grow, like you need to move to Miami and like I'll help you out and all this shit like that. Like what the fuck, is this what LA is like? Because this fucking sucks. So I literally walked out before I even finished my plate.
Oh, that's funny. I don't know why that's something to cry over, but that's funny. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Star Wars Mangus. I'm gonna donate $2. Oh my god, what kind of Mangus is that? It's a talking. Wow, that's a weird Mangus. They are so dinosaur. Oh my god, they are really dinosaur.
Lots of words. Hi, potato.
Oh my goodness, they are very potato-y.
You're just suntanning. Ducky! Mama's up there. She's quite far away.
Wow.
Potato! Ducky!
Those are nice birds.
Yeah.
They are very dinosaur. Oh my god. Look how handsome they are. Wow. So pretty. Oh my goodness. Oh. That's a nice Mangus. Wow. So peaceful. That's nice. Oh. Oh, wow. I don't want to see him. I want to see the bird. Wow, that's a good burb. So good. Oh my goodness. Look how pretty. That's amazing. Oh. Oh my god. Wow, they're so mangish. Oh my god. They're friends, they're cuddling. Thanks for the donation, Star Wars Mangus.
Nice.
I still Forgot my namification. When I tell her, did you hear about Ukraine apparently taking the Lipsy district, Kharkiv using only drones and UGVs? Yeah, I did. The land-based drones are really interesting. Really cool. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
This 22-year-old just broke the strict curl world record.
Okay, there's no audio. He's pretty goddamn huge for 22. That's why, you know, steroids work. That's pretty crazy. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
The Young Turks are now openly defending Nazis.
So
and
are you
murdering
saying he's a slave
I see.
to Benjamin Netanyahu?
So I don't think it's as simple as he's under the control of Netanyahu. But, you know, you could summarize it that way and you wouldn't be totally inaccurate.
On Thursday, he called you low IQ, a nut job, a fool.
Look, if Trump was a slave to Netanyahu, you wouldn't see some of these negotiations being made where Israel has to stop their assault on Lebanon and agree to a ceasefire. Like, it completely contradicts this narrative.
Also, he suggested you should see a good psychiatrist. Are you going to continue to love him?
As I've said, I feel sorry for him as I do for all slaves.
Tucker Carlson not only called President Donald Trump a slave to Israel, which he obviously is.
Then why did he push them to have a ceasefire with Hezbollah? If he does everything Netanyahu wants, then why did Israel stop their assault on Lebanon against Hezbollah? Like it's just so fucking delusional and just painfully obviously wrong, this whole narrative. And yeah, Tucker is a literal fucking Nazi, and then they're like, oh yeah, everyone listen to Tucker Carlson. Shameless. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Lol, why is your video titled Trump clapping Iran's cheeks when it's actually the opposite? The Strait of Hormuz is still closed and Iran is getting richer off this war while America is financially collapsing and losing the war. Also, Trump is just losing it.
How is Iran getting richer when they're not allowed to bring any of their ships through the Strait of Hormuz? They literally just captured an Iranian vessel trying to transport oil and gas. So how are they making money when there's a U.S. blockade? Dumbass. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Yeah, nice. Really cool.
Pushing, maybe you go back.
That makes sense.
You understand?
So keep the pressure.
Yeah.
Keep the pressure.
How you feel? Good?
It's okay.
If you pull.
Can the Young Turks get more shameless?
I'm sure they can, but yeah, they're already pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation,
Jim.
Oh yeah, I
I
heard
literally
about that.
need fucking water, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now, I deadass need a sip.
I need it!
Why do you need water?
You look in my fucking mouth.
I get it. Give me 50 and then I'll think about giving you a courtesy sip. Meet me halfway, kid.
I need fucking water.
You know, people have died. There was a wrestler, a collegiate wrestler fairly recently who died because his coaches wouldn't give him water. And he just suddenly fucking died in training. Like, this is actually dangerous. If somebody's that desperate for water, like, they're in trouble. So, like, why? I don't even... I don't know if there's, like, some money being exchanged behind the scenes for some of this, but it's just so bizarre that people are going out of their way to do videos with these, like, useless fuckwits. They're so fucking dumb. What they're, like, doing is so useless and fucking stupid. They're, like, literally chimpanzees. Why are they going over there? And, I mean, these influencers are bigger than the fuckwits at Diamond Gym. So, like, why do they even need this attention? Like, I don't know if there's some weird thing where there's some kind of promotional team giving them money to do this shit. But, like, why?
I'm fucking serious.
Well, I'm being shady-ish. I'm being shady-ish.
I need a fucking sip of water, bro.
Lex, finish the push-ups first, and we'll talk about the water.
Is the fucking squats now? I don't give a fuck if people call me a pussy. I literally need water.
Diamond gym water. It's only gonna make you thirsty. Look at that phone. Pipeline.
Good.
Hey, head up, bro. Come on.
Yeah, a gym that doesn't let you drink water. Brilliant. Just genius. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Chain all blacks. They belong in jail. Jurian Ryder. Blacks are designed to be criminals. Jurian Ryder. Thank you. One of your longtime biggest fans, bud.
Alright, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Chain All Blacks.
Hopefully one of these days the Young Turks studio catches fire with them in it.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Maybe Mossad can set that up. Thanks for the... They make you wear a sweater in Diamond Gym for...
Fired.
Move.
In your peak days of YouTube, how much were you making monthly
Hey,
off
everyone,
ads?
Income hasn't really changed. I'm making about as much now streaming, plus like some ad revenue as I did just doing YouTube.
I think now recover, get stronger.
Yeah, of course.
And then come back.
Wait a little bit and...
yeah.
M-Ake, donate tellers what I find more shitty video for you to watch. I think the second. Oh, it's a nice butt. Thanks for the donation, dude. No, they're not natural, retard.
It's been a little while since we've had anything new on organ supplements, but today we have magnesium iodine oil. We've been selling regular magnesium oil for a year or two now, which is just like a transdermal way to get some magnesium. It only has like a 5 to 10% absorption rate through the skin, so to me it's not the greatest idea. So I added iodine to it, giving it multi-purpose. So now it's disinfecting, and you guys have seen me do nasal iodine rinses. So if you're on the go or need something more convenient, you can just spray this in your nose, spray this in the back of your mouth, and you're gonna get
It's oil. You're gonna spray oil up your nose?
The magnesium as well as that disinfecting from the iodine. So kind of like a dual purpose thing. And
this has
you
to
know,
be
we
the
could have
dumbest
just
idea.
done
spraying oil up your nose sounds insanely dangerous. If you inhale oil, you can get really serious lung infections.
iodine spray in this, but it's such a small and low concentration of iodine, at least to be a safe dose to use consistently, that we decided to combine it with magnesium.
Fuck. Is David Lade's physique the peak aesthetic physique for attracting women? That is the gayest, most faggot question I have ever been asked in my fucking life. He looks like a fucking twink.
What?
You can't even tell he fucking exercises. Like, he just looks like a scrawny fucking dork. And all the fucking Instagram photos that you see of him online are like fucking... They're like under perfect lighting. When he's lean, he takes like 1,000 fucking photos. And, just a second. He takes like 1,000 fucking photos. And then picks like the best one. And again, it's all camera angles and lighting. If you ever see this guy on video, he's just a fucking scrawny twink. Oh, that's Bumstead's channel. Where the fuck's David Lade? I don't even think he's fucking really uploading anymore, is he? Yeah, 5 months ago. I don't even know what the like, look at these thumbnails. So, look at the way he looks in the fucking thumbnail. And then, look at the way he looks in his, like, fucking videos. And he won't even, like, wear a fucking tank top. He won't even wear, like, a fucking, like even a t-shirt sometimes. So, there's fucking Lex Little. And then David Lade won't even, like, he'll wear a fucking long sleeve. So, oh, is looking like a scrawny fucking twink who doesn't even lift? Is that the best physique to fucking attract women?
Heightism has...
Sure, yeah, totally. Don't bother exercising, dude.
The only cheeks being clapped are your exes by her new black vegan boy. Great news, VG, Trump is finally losing support. Thank God.
Yeah, approval rating.
Tonight, coming as the president faces new pressure here at home, with numbers now showing his approval rating sinking. Julie
Yeah, just because of rising prices.
Sirkin is at the White House for us tonight. Julie, good evening.
Hallie, good evening to you. The war of American adults approve of his performance. In December, that number was 42%. But check this out. 2/3 of Americans say they do not approve of Trump's handling of the war. The economy also a major factor. The situation in Iran is causing oil and gas prices to soar, and inflation.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Has become more popular recently with all this looks maxing stuff. I've even seen accounts dedicated to it about how much a man's height plays a role in his life, especially with relationships. And this is coming from a man in his mid-30s who's never had success. I've never had a girlfriend.
That's because he's gay. He's never had a girlfriend because he's gay. I don't even know why the fuck he makes these videos.
At most, a few situationships where I lucked out and was one of their lower tiered options. You know, you're never going to be liked as much as you like the other person. You're never going to be their number one choice. It's just reality. I'm 5'8". I'd like to think I'm a decent looking guy. I'm smart. I'm
Oh my god. Oh, dude. This guy has, like, such fucking problems. This guy used to have a gay Chatterbait account where he admitted to working as a gay prostitute and talked about how much he loves sucking cock. And then he's like, I never had a girlfriend. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe it has something to do with you being a gay prostitute. I don't know.
I'm caring.
And, oh my god, I'm smart. Yeah, so how's everything going for you? This guy took in over $5 million in gross revenue in, I think it was 2024. And, he's $350,000 in fucking credit card debt. He almost had his, and it looks like it might still happen. He wasn't paying the mortgage on his fucking building, so that might get taken away from him. He accused a guy of being a child rapist, and now he's in a lawsuit. It's related to defamation and other business issues, and he's on the hook for $2.8 million for that. This idiot basically removed all the shingles off of his fucking roof and didn't get it re-roofed. And he just put some shitty tarps up, and his roof has been leaking for fucking months. He's been trying to scam these insurance companies, and it hasn't worked out for him. His house is about to get, like, completely fucking totaled. I'm smart. I'm broke. I'm $350,000 in credit card debt. I got a completely unnecessary fucking eye surgery that's given me permanent vision problems. Like, what a fucking idiot.
And, like, it doesn't matter at all. My advice to young men is to just give up. And I've focused on my business, but my life has been ruined by this gang stalking and botching and medical malpractice stuff. My life's been ruined for other reasons. But even before that, I was not successful throughout my entire 20s. Like, the reason I don't pursue relationships now is because my life's been ruined and I'm harassed.
You're gay.
Every day, and that's a whole different story. But before that happened, in my 20s, I was still not successful when I tried to pursue relationships. And it's kind of sad and disappointing, and, you know, a lot of people would just be in the mindset of, oh, well, if I can't be happy and I can't get anything and facing reality, I just don't want to be here anymore. You know, and, you know, playing video games, focusing on a business, trying to make money, like, I mean, that's, most men want, you know, a relationship and someone that likes them as much as they like their partner. And it's either that, or you can look into limb lengthening. And I mean, if you could even afford it, you know, you're going to pay $100K for a doctor to break your legs and give you Tylenol. That's a whole different discussion. Getting into the risks of the surgery, the pain, the suffering.
This guy's so deranged.
The opioid situation in America is probably the number one reason I wouldn't get limb lengthening. Yeah, I mean, and me personally, they'd probably turn me into Lieutenant Dan. You know, if Dr. Taban botched me on purpose, I'm going to wake up without legs. So that I'm dead serious. Like, I actually don't think, even if I had $1 million today, I don't think I should get limb lengthening because they will cut my legs off. That's how these people are just evil. They're going to do some crazy stuff. I think that I'd probably not wake up before they'd cut my legs off, but who knows? So that's my unique situation. But, you know, it's kind of crazy. Either give up or get limb lengthening. That's my mindset because, you know, I've basically looks maxed as much as possible. I've gotten double jaw surgery. I've done eye surgeries. I've worked out. I've done everything humanly possible, but people don't understand how important height is.
Like, it's just baffling to me that he's saying this shit when he's fucking gay and he's not even interested in dating women. Like, what? What a fucking weirdo. Just the most retarded weirdo I have ever fucking seen.
So basically they don't support Trump because they're Nazis who want Iran to win.
No, they're just dumb. They don't understand the importance of the Iran conflict. Like, your average voter's fucking stupid as shit, right? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Just random vids, $22, would you visit? No. I wouldn't bother visiting a wolf sanctuary. Page unavailable. Great. This movie will boost your testosterone level. Okay, that's gay. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Dodo, donate $2. What the fuck is that? Israeli soldiers smashing the head of Jesus Christ statue during operations in southern Lebanon. God. Pentagon's doomsday aircraft spells out this extremely unusual chilling 12
Would end. This is doorbell. Doorbell. Like, Bravo. Tango.
I don't know what the fuck that is. Ben Shapiro's losing 20k subs a month, 85% of his views since October 7th, the day of Israel-Hamas conflict. Meanwhile, Tucker's adding 10k. Pretty sure that's not even true. This guy's a retarded gay dumbass, anyway. SJW's will defend her.
An Iranian woman who lives in Los Angeles has been arrested for allegedly trafficking arms on behalf of Tehran. 44-year-old Shamin Mafi was taken into custody last night at LAX and charged with brokering deals for Iran to sell drones, bombs, and millions of rounds of ammunition to Sudan. Mafi left Iran in 2013 and became a permanent resident of the U.S. in 2016. She's expected to make her first court appearance tomorrow in.
Well, that's dumb of her. So, oh my god, those are some handsome kitties. Wow, oh my god. Oh, those are really nice cats. Oh my god, those are good cats. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Love her channel, long time watcher. I know you went through mental health troubles. I've recently been diagnosed with anxiety/OCD. I've been put on sertraline and ketipine. I struggle with persecution delusions, Meds have helped. Any advice?
Yeah, take testosterone, lift weights, and stop worrying about bullshit. That's probably the best advice I could give you. Doctors are just gay, retarded faggots who will just tell you nonsense and give you shitty meds that don't really help much. So, testosterone is arguably the most effective drug for anxiety and depression. OCD is a bit of a different story. OCD, you just have to stop giving into obsessive compulsive habits. And as far as persecution delusions, just lift fucking weights. If you're strong, you don't have to worry about what other people fucking think of you and shit. Thanks for the donation, Sam Sorrow. Hope that helps.
Trump had the right idea regarding trying to take out Iran's regime. But I don't have faith in his ability to achieve it. If he doesn't achieve it, then yeah, it would have been better if this didn't happen at all, tbh. We'll see. Not looking great so far, thug.
Like, some of the decisions have been a little weird. Again, Trump wouldn't be able to find Iran on a map. The idea that this is all Trump's idea is ridiculous, so I'm sure he's listening to his military advisors on some of this, and I don't know exactly what they're telling him. Thanks for the donation, though, eh?
Why not VG? What's wrong with visiting a wolf sanctuary? I thought you supported animal sanctuaries.
Well, they're wolves, so they eat meat and stuff. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Ninja, please, no tellers. You'd think Brian Johnson would choose Diet Coke. Yeah, I've already seen this. It's wine or Diet Coke, right? Yeah, he said both are bad. I've already seen this video. It's like a month old. Thanks for the donation, dude.
So pretty significant escalation in the U.S.-Iran war just a few moments ago when it looked.
I don't know why people use the term escalation. So, the U.S. basically blew up every single one of their missile launchers, radar, and air defense systems. The United States has complete and utter control over, the skies over Iran. They blew up a bunch of refining facilities, crippled a bunch of infrastructure. I don't know how many IRGC officials they killed. It's got to be about 100 at this point, including Khamenei, their supreme leader, and they even took out the supreme leader's son, who was supposed to succeed him. And the guy is clearly basically a vegetable. He's in a fucking coma on life support. And then they call blocking Iranian vessels in the Strait of Hormuz an escalation. So, like, killing all of their fucking leadership and blowing up all their shit, I guess, like, that wasn't too serious, but now, oh, this is gonna escalate things. Like, it's just a misnomer. Dodo donated $2.
Coffee this morning. I wanted to give you guys all a little short palette.
Oh, a fat woman who's a fucking communist retard. Yeah, I don't have to listen to this. This takes courage. The Strokes closed their Coachella set, flashing images of governments the CIA has overthrown. Holy fuck. What are some of these? President of Bolivia. Not familiar with Bolivia. You can't be found guilty of murder in a civil trial, so this is just stupid. Like, do they realize Muslims practice slavery? Like, Arabs, I think Arabs were the last people to abolish the slave trade. So, like, why the fuck are they talking about the American slave trade when Arabs were practicing slavery long after the United States abolished it? It's like fucking retarded. Omar Torrijos, president of Panama. Oh my god, yeah, gee, I wonder why he was killed. Who is this? Salvador something. President of Chile. Who the fuck cares about Chile? President of Ecuador. Yeah, all these shitty South American countries. Fucking cares. Wow. Why are all these people like the gayest retards you'll ever fucking see? Barack Obama launched 10 times more drone attacks than George W. Bush with a 90% civilian death rate. That's not true. Zoran Mondani and Democrats are high-key disgusted for rehabilitating this war criminal. Where the fuck did they get the idea that Obama had a civilian death rate of 90%? Like, what? These people are just out of this world deranged. Horrific video shows Israeli soldier assaulting Palestinian child. I can't watch this on stream, so what is this stupid shit? He's clearly not assaulting the child is assaulting him. This is like fucking retarded. The kid's attacking him. Like, what? You can watch the video. The kid's attacking him. And he's just trying to push the kid off. Watch this whole video.
Democrats are growing more bullish about...
Okay, I'll watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You don't know that some of those wolves could be vegan. You can put wolves on a vegan diet, you know.
Yeah, well, I know for a fact they're not feeding them vegan. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Thank you. I was lifting for 5 years straight. I overdid it when I spent nearly 2 years working out 3+ hours 7 days a week. I'm trying to get back into it now. I'll give test a shot and see how that works. Love the content, BTW.
Alright, I'd recommend taking 20 milligrams a day. Just start off with that, see how that goes. Thanks for the donation, Samsaro.
That Arab woman who was selling weapons to foreigners should stay in prison forever for that.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Answer: they only care about slavery when whites do it.
Most of the African slaves were bought from African tribes that kept slaves. So they were enslaved by other black people in their home country. Like, it's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
No VG, you have to listen to her because she is a minority woman and the SJWs will try to cancel you if you don't, so listen to her what she has to say.
Coffee this morning, I wanted to give you guys all a little short Palestine history lesson. Not only is it Palestinian Political Prisoner Week, but also April 19th also marks 90 years since the 1936 general strike in Palestine. Shout out Code Pink Mug. So, from April of 1936 to October of 1936, basically, Everything from labor to transportation to commercial activities were halted in Palestine because of the upcoming threat of British and Zionist colonization of the land. Obviously, the British did not react well to this, and they imposed a lot of heavy fines. They killed a lot of people. They demolished a lot of homes, and because Palestinians weren't working and contributing to the economy because they were fighting for their land, the British actually ended up.
There's so much fucking wrong with this. Like, it's just, not only is it such an ahistorical account where some of this literally didn't even happen, but they didn't have a land. They weren't a nation of people. They were just a colony of the Ottoman Empire. And then once the Ottoman Empire fell, the British owned the land. So what the fuck does she mean they were fighting for their land? They just hated Jews. And again, Jews legally immigrated there. They legally immigrated and bought land. Like, what the fuck?
Building their own economic sustenance on Palestinian land. This strike was so earth-shattering to everyone in the region that there was solidarity campaigns.
What the fuck does she mean? It was completely fucking undeveloped. The only reason any of these people had anything modern, like roads, train stations, any kind of industry, is because the British brought it there. So what the fuck does she mean?
In a lot of different countries in the region. And then the British basically, made false promises and concessions with the Palestinians, and were like, we are trying to achieve justice in your land, have faith in us, have trust in us that we'll achieve this justice and you guys will be fine. Obviously that didn't happen. We know what happened. But I think the general strike of 1936
it triggers the absolute fuck out of me when people do this, like, stupid horseshit, like, make coffee when they make videos. Like, this is so fucking unimportant to you that you're going to bother just doing random horseshit while you blab, and you expect me to take anything you have to say seriously.
is a really good example of how to do something so widespread, something so coordinated, something so organized, with very clear demands. So this was back 90 years ago. They didn't have social media, they didn't have phones or computers to spread the word about these things. They were doing just plain conversation styles, meetings, talking to people, talking to their neighbors. This was like true grassroots organizing. I think that now we're here in this moment 90 years later.
Yeah, when the Mufti was having talks with the Nazis and Hitler to exterminate all the Jews, would you call that grassroots organizing?
We're faced with a lot of issues because of the imperial core. There's a lot that we could be doing nowadays to kind of spread that word and to engage in that kind of activism and organizing, because at the end of the day,
yeah, well, guess what? That stupid fucking scarf on your head doesn't hide your double chin, so maybe put less cream in your coffee, you fucking overweight cunt.
Also, why do these people care so much about the terrorists Obama killed?
I don't know. Again, it's just communist brain rot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
About their chances of flipping the Senate. But in Michigan, a primary fight could douse those hopes.
Donald Trump should not be the president.
I'm leading the articles of impeachment on RFK Jr.
People love to say, well, it's because he's Arab and Muslim. No, it's because I'm from Michigan.
No, you're a fucking terrorist. This guy is a literal fucking terrorist.
Started as an intra-party feud, now is a clash over the party's future, what it stands for in the Trump era, and just how far left they should go. The battle includes former public...
Yeah, there you go. He's buddies with Hassan. He supports 9/11.
Health official Abdul El Sayed, a 41-year-old who is backed by Bernie Sanders and is staking out the most progressive...
Yeah, there you go. They both support 9/11. They both support Islamic terrorism. So this is the guy. This is what the Democratic Party's turning into.
Positions.
This is about electability. Your party wants to hold on to this seat, of course. There is this notion that electability is about being the least offensive. If that were true, why would Donald Trump have won the presidency twice? And too often in the Democratic Party, we're willing to move on our positions because of what Republicans say about us. I don't back down to anyone on anything.
The party establishment has its own favorite, Haley Stevens, a more moderate congresswoman from the Detroit suburbs.
Every single poll shows I'm the best person or the only person that can beat Mike Rogers.
And then there's a state senator, Mallory McMorrow, angling for both wings of the party, while offering this warning as the GOP unites behind Mike Rogers, a former congressman who narrowly lost a Senate bid in 2024, as they aim to make Michigan their firewall to prevent Democrats from netting the 4 seats they need to win back power.
And if he wins this seat, if they are successful in trying to buy this seat, then there is no path at all for Democrats to take control of the U.S. Senate.
Now a GOP outside group is preparing to spend a staggering $45 million in the final weeks of the midterms, more than any other pickup opportunity, all as Rogers now has a bigger war chest than any of his 3 would-be opponents. That's left Democrats struggling with a thorny question in this swing state that President Donald Trump narrowly won twice and lost once. Should they nominate a firebrand to energize the base and take a harder line?
Anybody committed to shutting down Trump and the MAGA movement, that's
number one for you.
That's number one.
Or a more traditional Democrat, or even a leadership ally who could appeal to swing voters like this one.
Your vote is up for grabs.
It very much is.
So it could be either Democrat or Republican.
It could be.
Speaking to CNN in his hometown of Ann Arbor, El Sayed went further to the left than his foes on issues like abolishing ICE.
It's just the same lack of courage that Democrats deploy to argue as to why they should be taking money from corporations or why they should be hedging their bets on clear, obvious policies like abolishing ICE or guaranteeing health care through Medicare for all. And I think what you're seeing in this race right
Abolishing ICE is insane.
now is that people are sick and tired of the same old Democrats who lack courage.
But a glaring divide is over Israel.
So isn't that funny? The fucking Muslim who is a jihadist wants to get rid of ICE that can fucking deport terrorists. Weird.
A state with a huge Arab American community in Dearborn and a big Jewish voting bloc in Oakland County.
Why are you supporting Abdul?
Because he's not taking AIPAC money.
He's against the apartheid, against sending tax money to fund a genocide.
It's so hilarious. They call Israel an apartheid state. It's not. Name one right that Palestinian Israelis don't have that Jewish Israelis do have. There isn't a single one. In fact, Palestinians have technically more rights than Jews because they don't have to sign up for the draft. Lebanon, on the other fucking hand, is an apartheid state. They don't allow Palestinian refugees to own land. That is a huge fucking problem because one of the best ways to, gain wealth, especially generational wealth, is to own property. So Palestinian refugees, and they're considered refugees for generations. It's not somebody who just recently immigrated into Lebanon who's a refugee. You're talking about people who claimed refugee status in the 1940s. Their children and children's children and children's children's children, they're all considered refugees. They're not allowed to own land. That is a literal apartheid. But nobody talks about that because they don't care. They just hate Jews. These people are fucking anti-Semites.
In Israel.
An independent UN inquiry concluded last year that Israel had committed genocide against Palestinians in Gaza, an accusation the Israeli government firmly rejects. El Sayed, a son of Egyptian immigrants who was born in Michigan and lost to Governor Gretchen Whitmer in a tense 2018 primary, was blunt on his views.
You said the Israeli government is evil. Do you think they're just as evil as Hamas? Yes, killing tens of thousands of people makes you pretty damn evil. It's not how evil is this one versus that one. Hamas, evil. Israeli government, evil. We could say both. Is Netanyahu, in your view?
These people are just so fucking deranged. It's insane. So even if you take the position that the Israeli government's evil and Hamas is evil, well, they're not equivalent, are they? Right? One would be less evil than the other. So even if you were some weird communist who is against American imperialism or something, would you say the United States was as bad as the Nazis and Hitler during World War II? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't say, oh, well, America's bad too. No, you'd say one is worse than the other, so I'll support the better of the two options. But this guy is a lying fucking horseshitter. He hates Jews. He wants to commit a second fucking Holocaust. And he says this bullshit that Hamas is evil when he doesn't believe in that. He supports Hamas. He wants them to wipe out all the fucking Jews. He just says this on camera, because he has to, for practical reasons.
He's a war criminal. Absolutely. Do you not think he is? When you conduct a genocide, you're a war criminal.
What do you make of the fact that Haley Stevens is backed by AIPAC?
I find that disastrous for our politics. And you should be more interested in what's happening in Michigan than you are interested in what's happening in Tel Aviv.
But about 60 miles away in Lansing, one Stevens supporter touts the congresswoman's support for Israel.
It's a normal position for normal Democrats to...
Do you think Trump will cause a recession from the war in Iran? Not in the United States. In some Asian countries, that is likely if the war goes on long enough, but not in the United States.
Serious question. How can we as vegans support the Republican Party when they are so openly hostile to the cause of veganism, whether that be through Maha, turning mock meats into culture war fodder, or straight up ban lab-grown meat? It's a non-starter.
They're the only party that's actually committed to banning things like animal testing. So they've actually made a number of laws that improve animal welfare or ban immoral animal testing practices. So I don't know why you figure the Republicans are worse on animal rights. And yeah, a bunch of them say stupid shit about banning lab-grown meat, but guess what? There's Democrats that say that shit too, so... thanks for the donation.
support and, be allies with Israel. I'm a normal Democrat. I want to vote for a normal Democrat.
The 42-year-old Stevens, who first won a battleground district in 2018, is running a middle-of-the-road campaign. It wants to stay focused on economic issues.
You have the support of AIPAC in this race. I'm wondering, do you embrace that support?
Well, look, I'm campaigning in a grassroots way alongside a ton of engaged Michiganders.
But there's also talk about, from some of your opponents here, that Israel, in their view, committed genocide in Gaza. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that. And like I've been very consistent on this issue, Manu. I just think we need to see long-term peace. We need to make...
Is that position, though, going to hurt you in Dearborn, where you need those Arab voters?
Look, I'm out here every single day hearing from Michiganders who are dealing with rising costs.
All these people from Dearborn, Michigan should be fucking deported.
Who are worried about their jobs.
Mick Morrow, the 39-year-old Democratic whip in the state Senate, goes further than Stevens.
Do you think that Benjamin Netanyahu has committed war crimes?
Fun fact, Dark Soiner would agree that America is as bad as Nazi Germany. He even said that America inspired Nazi Germany through its own fascism.
Yeah, he's a literal retard. Hitler got some of his ideas from people in the United States, so eugenics. But again, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with eugenics. It's just the way it's implemented and, used by crazy racist wackos. And Henry Ford was a big fan of his. But that has nothing to do with America. Henry Ford was just a fucking wacko. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Gaza?
I do. Watching the devastation, I do believe the war crimes were committed.
As she stumps in breweries, including one in the Detroit suburb of Canton.
I like Mallory. She's a tough talker.
Mick Morrow says El Sayed's rhetoric does not match reality.
Rhetoric is nice, but results are better.
Do you think that he is pretty much all rhetoric? His campaign?
I think a lot of it is.
Is the Democratic Party looking for someone, though, who really wants to shake things up?
Absolutely. Just doing rallies and talking about issues and having rhetoric without knowing how to actually implement those things is not going to shake it up at all. That's just lobbing bombs from the outside.
Yet Mick Morrow has drawn criticism from El Sayed, shifting her stances on issues such as Israel and corporate PAC money.
It's not just your positions. It's about whether or not you truly and deeply hold on to them.
But does it look like to you that Mick Morrow is shifting her positions? She does not have the same deeply held views as you.
I know where my positions are, and it's clear that she's moved on a lot of these questions.
While Stevens accepts corporate PAC money, Mick Morrow says she now refuses it, after accepting it in past campaigns.
That's a change. That's a flip.
Mick Morrow defends her pivot.
Over the years, I learned that not only can we campaign differently, but we can't be Republican-light. And I am willing to be somebody who evolves.
El Sayed has accused Mick Morrow of co-opting his positions and copying his homework poorly.
This is governing, it's not middle school.
Yet it's El Sayed who has generated the most headlines, like when he barnstormed college campuses with widely followed left-wing streamer Hassan Piker.
He is not left-wing. He's a fucking communist fascist.
who has a history of inflammatory comments, including saying Hamas is a, quote, 1,000 times better than Israel, and this about the 9/11 attacks.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it, I'm saying it.
While Piker later walked back the remarks about 9/11, El-Sayed's opponents have seized on them.
Should he have brought him in to campaign with him?
I wouldn't have.
Yeah, well, first of all, that's not someone I'd be campaigning with.
Why not?
Because it's un-American, and we shouldn't say that America is, deserved 9/11. This is about winning for Michigan.
El-Sayed pushes back.
What do you say? My understanding of America is it's a place where we have freedom of speech. My understanding of America is it's a place where we're willing to have conversations with folks with whom we disagree. I went on.
What a bizarre thing to say when you're buddies with somebody who said America deserved 9/11.
Fox and Friends this morning. Is it un-American to go and speak on Fox and Friends, or are we drawing certain kinds of lines? And it's that penchant for cancel culture that I think people hate about Democrats.
But you're actively campaigning with him.
Oh, suddenly he's against cancel culture, but the same fucking asshole will support all this cancel culture bullshit around fucking Israel. Okay.
It's a choice you're making. So,
for sure.
So why make that?
You wanna bet they're like, you could find a billion fucking different like videos or articles or something where this guy talks about Islamophobia, but then we'll fucking say oh yeah, America, free speech, but then he'll like whine and cry about somebody like mentioning his fucking religion being for fucking retards.
Choice to actively campaign with him.
Because I know that he's having a conversation with a number of folks who feel locked out.
Part of that conversation is whether the party should dump Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, whom Stevens has praised.
You had called Chuck Schumer a great leader. Do you stand by that?
Look, inside baseball, look, you know what? That kind of stuff we'll deal with when I get there.
But McMorrow says it's time for a change.
We need new leadership in the Senate.
Haley Stevens told me that that's an inside baseball discussion.
I can tell you what I hear on the ground, which is people want a better Democratic Party.
I turn back to my panel, including.
Oh boy. The Democrats are just absolutely fucked.
Like we might be headed towards another round of peace talks. Instead, the U.S. Navy opened fire and hit an Iranian.
Oh, did I not watch the Frank Tufano one? Didn't I already watch this? No,
Heidiism has become my surgeries I've worked out.
Yeah, no, I already watched that.
Vessel that was trying to bypass the U.S. blockade landed Marines on board that ship and has since taken it into U.S. custody. Now, this is a tactic that we've talked about and advocated for on this channel, saying, hey, if Iran is going to have selective passage through the Strait of Hormuz, effectively shut it down to anyone except who they want to either pay the toll or want to allow pass, one option we have is to seize any of the ships coming out the other side. It looks like we did that, and now we wait, kind of on pins and needles, to see how Iran responds, because escalation is a two-way street. And we're going to run through President Trump's statement here as to why this ship in particular was boarded and the
What are they going to do to escalate? Like they're done. They have no military
justification in doing so. But we have to keep in mind how, with anything escalation-wise, is not just the action, but how that action is perceived and how that action is received. And we have to assume at this point that Iran is not going to just allow this to happen and move on. They're probably going to lash out. Now, President Trump just a few moments ago issued a statement saying, today an Iranian-flagged cargo ship named Tuska tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not go well for them. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted the Tuska in the Gulf of Oman and gave it fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by...
You feeling good tonight, Richard?
Yeah, just fine.
...blowing a hole in their engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. The Tuska is under U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history of illegal activity. We have full custody of the ship and are seeing what is on board. Now, as soon as we started hearing that Marine amphibious ready groups are moving to the region, this was one of the explanations of what they might be sent there to do, right? These numbers are nowhere near enough to seize Harg Island, let alone get a foothold inside of Iranian territory, but taking control of ships, especially sanctioned ships, flying under the Iranian flying the Iranian flag, seemed very possible. This is the first step in that direction. And just to be clear, for all of the justification of we gave them warning, they wouldn't stop, they were bypassing the blockade, they're a sanctioned vessel, we have to keep in mind how it is received on the other side. I would expect that the Iranian regime views this as a degree of escalation and are probably going to retaliate in some way, shape, or form. Now, to be fair, Yesterday, Iran was seemingly violating the ceasefire left, right, and center. Anybody that tried to go through the Strait of Hormuz was fired upon. And we've definitely entered a phase in this ceasefire where both the United States and Iran are pointing at each other saying, well, this was a violation of the ceasefire. Iran says the blockade is a violation of the ceasefire. The United States says Iran's limited granting of access through the strait is a violation of the.
You used to be happier like 2 to 3 years ago when you had crippling depression, couldn't get out of bed and had some hoe nagging you all the time and stealing your money. Your life was better then.
Well, I'm perfectly content now. Thanks for the donation.
Ending animal testing has been bipartisan, bud. Lab-grown meat has only been banned in red states, and last time I checked, California passed Prop 12, which is one of the most significant animal welfare laws in the US ever. Dems are better on that issue.
They're not. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The ceasefire. So we've definitely entered that phase. But just yesterday, according to the Washington Post, 2 gunboats affiliated with the IRGC opened fire on a tanker around 20 nautical miles northeast of Oman. They say this is according to the UKMTO, the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center, adding that a container ship was also hit by an unknown projectile, and then a cruise ship reported seeing a nearby splash, again, according to UKMTO. Sal, over What's Going On at Shipping, had a great video on this yesterday, kind of trying to break down the madness that is the Strait of Hormuz, and asking the question, is it closed, is it open? And he showed these graphics of ships kind of, they're going to make a go for it. They're going to either exit the Persian Gulf or they're going to enter, and then just turning around. Like they got the message, they got notified, or they heard gunfire, right? Or saw missiles fly by or drones or whatever it was, and said, okay, not open enough. So the strait is still pretty effectively closed. Now, it did seem like we were actually heading towards the next round of peace talks here. You'll recall that last week there was the first sit down between the United States and Iran since the war began. I would say that it didn't really lead to anything tangible, because the follow-on from that was we put in place a naval blockade of all Iranian ports. But it sounded like we might be headed that direction again, maybe before the ceasefire expires in the next, 72 hours at this point. We will sit down again with the Iranians and try to sort out some sort of agreement. President Trump.
To be fair, yes, Democrats have historically been better on animal welfare issues.
Yeah, but not for the last few years. Like, again, in New York State, they murdered that fucking squirrel for no fucking reason because they have, like, the most stupid, liberal, like, dumb fuck, overly bureaucratic policies, and they just broke into somebody's house because some fucking bitch on the internet complained about their squirrel. So, like, it's just crazy. Like, shit like that just doesn't happen in red states. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Trump was hinting at that today, kind of giving it life, breathing air into it. Just a few hours ago, he said that our people are on their way to Pakistan right now. And that was the first that we had heard that talks were even scheduled, let alone based off that statement. It seemed like they were like agreed upon. The U.S. is on their way over there to sit down with Iran. President Trump did add some warnings with that he's voiced before, saying if they don't take the deal, we're going to knock out every power plant and every bridge in Iran. And we'll come back to that here in a second. He also added to Axios earlier today that the concept of a deal is already done. It's hard to see that if we look at all of the other actions, right? So Tasnim News Agency, an Iranian government-affiliated organization, said Iran will not send a negotiating team to Islamabad while the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports continues, saying no negotiations will take place. Some added context here from Iranian media IRNA. They say the excessive and unreasonable American demands, frequent changes of positions, constant contradictions, and the continuation of the so-called naval blockade in violation of the ceasefire agreement, along with the threatening rhetoric, have so far hindered the progress of the talks, and in these circumstances, there is no clear prospect for fruitful negotiations. So a couple things to keep in mind here. First off, I've seen talk recently that we must be negotiating with somebody that is being undercut inside of Iran. And if that's true, I would say then we aren't negotiating with the right person. All right, so if we're reaching an agreement, and I think this is an overly optimistic view of what's likely played out in recent weeks, but if we go with the idea that the United States has reached viable agreements, or in President Trump's words here, the concept of a deal is done, But then we look back to what is happening inside of Iran, and they're opening fire on everything moving through the Strait of Hormuz, and saying because this blockade is still in place, we aren't even going to sit down with you guys. Then we can't have a deal. We can't have a concept of a deal if the actions on the ground don't line up with that. Now, it's entirely possible that Iran is doing very similar to what they did last time around with the talks, where they're saying we're not going to go, and they're kind of holding out, waiting to get something else out of it before at the last minute sitting down with the United States. We'll find out in the next 24 hours whether that's true or not. I think it's...
RFK Jr. is telling Americans to eat more meat, dairy and eggs. Agencies under the Biden administration were already working towards reducing animal testing. X.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for the donation,
Safe to assume.
Reminder of what happened to Albert the alligator in New York, a liberal city.
After more than 2 years, a Hamburg man's lengthy legal battle to get his pet alligator back has ended.
Our Rob Petrie has more from his attorney on the decision to not continue the fight in the courtroom for Albert the alligator.
Following a years-long court battle to bring Albert the alligator back home, a Hamburg man is hanging up his hat when it comes to the long legal fight with state environmental officials that many believed would result in the reptile being returned.
And they could have been forced to bring him back, but to what end?
An expensive legal process that seemed like it would never end was the driving force behind Tony Cavallaro's tough decision to abandon further plans of continuing the legal fight to bring his pet Albert the alligator back home.
The DEC would have been all over him in terms of observation, checking in, requirements.
The New York State Department of Environmental Conservation seizing the 750-pound pet alligator back in March of 2024, creating a whirlwind of controversy that culminated in a years-long court battle for custody of Albert. However, the latest decision comes after a judge ruled the state had 30 days to reconsider a renewed application, which was denied months later. All of this came down to an appeal which led to a disagreement between the DEC and Cavallaro, which would have continued that lengthy legal fight.
We discussed all the options and the likely outcomes, and we decided at that point, after 2 years of litigation, we didn't want to continue to do this.
A choice that Cavallaro's attorney says was far from easy for him to make.
Tony's upset, and he feels like he was wrongly treated by the government, and I really don't blame him.
Meanwhile, we reached out to the DEC, who said they have no comment at this time. While
yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Vegan Daddy, don't you tell her sorry about your coping with this whole Republicans are better for vegan causes bullshit. I never said that. You're blinded by your hatred of Dems based on 2 issues that have nothing to even do with veganism. That's fine to hate them, but don't gaslight us, little bro. I don't really care what you fucking have to say, dumbass. 808 tillers, Trump's USDA put out strategy to expand U.S. cattle. That's great. Don't care.
That they're going to view this boarding and seizing of Iranian vessel as a significant violation, and they are probably going to respond. Now, in terms of what this next phase of fighting could look like, because all indications right now are that we are headed back to a hot war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. I've seen a lot of talk since the ceasefire went into place, and
don't care.
I think this is kind of a result of what I think is unfortunate framing by U.S. leadership that the Iranian military is gone, and they are not. All right. If you recall, we heard numerous officials talk about how Iran had no more air defense left, and that was before they shot down a U.S. fighter, week and a half, 2 weeks ago, all right, and an A-10. So clearly they still have air defense. They still had air defense then. They still have it now. It's heavily degraded, no doubt, but there is still a threat posed by the Iranian military. The New York Times got into this yesterday with a little more detail, where they say U.S. intelligence and military estimates vary, but multiple officials said that Iran has about 40% of its pre-war arsenal of drones. Iran also has ample supplies of missiles and missile launchers. At the time of the ceasefire, Iran had access to about half of its missile launchers. In the days that immediately followed, it dug out about 100 systems that had been buried inside caves and bunkers, bringing its stockpile of launchers back up to about 60% of its pre-war level. Iran is also digging out its supply of missiles, similarly buried in rubble from American attacks on its bunkers and depots. When that work is done, Iran could reclaim as much as 70% of its pre-war arsenal, according to some American estimates.
Okay, well, I guess they can blow it up again.
Officials note that counts of Iran's weapon stocks are not precise. Intelligence assessments offer a broad look at how much power the Iranian
Trump's
military...
USDA are also increasing line speeds at slaughterhouses to allow more animals to be killed.
...retains. So even if we look at that and say it's exaggerated, it's 2x over what the actual numbers are, then we could say that...
Lol at Richard not caring about significant animal welfare legislation because it hurts his feelings.
What their stockpile of launchers, they say is 60%, let's say it's 30%. If they say 70% of their pre-war arsenal of missiles, let's call it 35%. 30% of launchers and 35% of missiles is still a lot that Iran could be launching in coming days, weeks, and months. So they very much still have the ability to fight back. Now, in terms of what this next phase of fighting could look like, there's a lot of questions on how much the U.S. goes. I mean, the way that Secretary Hegseth has phrased it is kind of gloves off, and that would be lining up with President Trump's threats countless times now to go after the Iranian power grid, their energy infrastructure, their bridges, a lot of what we refer to as dual-use infrastructure. And that's a slippery slope. There is an argument to be made as to how some of that can be justified one-off. There is not a justification, we've talked about this in past videos, to eliminate the entire power grid in an entire country. All right, that's something that we have generally avoided doing. I've heard the comparisons. I mean, we know what Iran's going to do. If they lash out, they're going to go after soft targets in the region, right? They'll probably fire some missiles at Israel, and they're likely to go after either U.S. military bases in the Gulf or civilian infrastructure in the Gulf, maybe even port facilities from some of our partners in the Persian Gulf. A lot of that is civilian infrastructure.
Why are you being so disingenuous
Oh
when it
my
comes
God,
to which
shut
political
the fuck
party is
up.
better
I don't
for
want to
animal
talk
rights?
about this for 20
Lol.
fucking minutes when
What
I'm trying to
happened
react
having
to
a
shit?
sensible, nuanced position? You're becoming kind of retarded and ideological, and you have no argument either.
We know that's what Iran does. That's what the IRGC does. And we have labeled them terrorist organizations and the supporter of terrorist organizations. So very much not in the camp of, well, if they do it, what's wrong with us doing it? Because we're not a terrorist organization. And I hold the United States and the United States military to a little higher standard than I hold the IRGC.
Fuck him up. Look, winners win, so people can fucking complain about it all they want. If that's what you got to do to win, then that's what you got to do to win.
But either way, as this next round of fighting looks to kick up, the big question is going to be if President Trump and Secretary Hegseth follow through on their threats to go after all of this dual-use infrastructure. I'm skeptical that that would drive the Iranian regime to the negotiating table, but probably would lead to significant escalation across the region as Iran does a tit-for-tat retaliation with civilian infrastructure throughout the other Gulf nations. We're talking desalination facilities, port facilities, energy infrastructure, and could cause a real significant humanitarian issue across the region. But we'll find a lot out here in the next 24 to 48 hours. That's all we got for now. Thanks for watching.
He had some like weird religious experience where ropes, water,
When did you stop caring about animal rights and well-being and only care about politics? When Democrats do something good and Republicans do something bad regarding animal rights, just acknowledge it instead of whatever this cope bull
from America's Got Talent.
What's this kitty up to? Hmm? What's this kitty doing? Hey, handsome. Oh my goodness. How come you're so beautiful? Wow. Guys, look at this. This is my Gum Gum. He's a big Gum Gum. My God, look at his big cat head. He's a really big kitty. Oh my goodness, I love him. You're such a good baby. Hmm? He's a really good baby. Oh my goodness.
I'm willing to bet money now that if Trump's DOJ were to actually find a way to strike down Prop 12, the EG is just gonna say some shit like, well, remember when New York killed that squirrel?
That's nice. Thanks for the donation.
Don't worry, in a couple of years Richard will look back and acknowledge he was wrong about everything, as usual. Very likely we will not get regime change in Iran. All the anti-vegan shit from Trump administration. He'll acknowledge it years from now.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation. Tragic story of Air India survivor. Okay, we can watch that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
I'd be a little hesitant to put this at the end of like a deadlift or squat day. And the reason I
I was thinking more like, like football or wrestling or something.
Yeah, exactly. Or even if you're doing like a body part split, there isn't as much danger going on there. But when you have been sustaining really heavy loads on your spine.
It's a really weird story. I didn't know the guy who made battle ropes came up with the idea with some like religious vision.
Wishwash Kumar Ramesh and his brother are ready to board their flight.
Is his name Wishwash Kumar Marish?
Wishwash Kumar Ramesh and his brother.
Wishwash Kumar Ramesh. That's such a weird name.
Are ready to board their flight. The temperature is pushing 37 degrees Celsius. This Boeing 787 bound for Gatwick Airport is supposed to take them home to London. Wishwash Kumar sits down in seat 11A. His brother is across the aisle in 11J. At this point, of course, neither of them knows what's about to happen. Shortly after takeoff, both engines fail. The aircraft loses altitude and crashes into a compound. 241 people on board are killed. 19 more die on the ground. Only one passenger survives. It's Wishwash Kumar. His brother doesn't make it. The images go viral. The sole survivor just leaving the crash site on his feet.
The passenger in seat 11A lived to tell a tale about what had happened.
When he's interviewed at the hospital the next day, he has no words.
What was the situation yesterday? Can you describe for us, please?
I can't explain. Everything happened in my eye. I can't.
Wishwash Kumar is not the only one. Time and again, there have been horrible plane crashes that only a handful of people survive. In this video, we'll look at 4 of those deadly tragedies, and at the people who somehow made it out alive. The Air India disaster with only one survivor, a jumbo jet that slammed into a mountain, a girl who fell from the sky, and a plane exploding into a gigantic fireball. Were those who walked away just incredibly lucky? Or is there something they all had in common? And what would really help you in the extremely rare event of a plane crash? This video deals with catastrophic accidents. But overall, flying has become extremely safe, and it allows you to visit places across the globe. Look at Lens, for example, one of our 3D animators.
Hey, I'm currently in China. When abroad, I always use Saily to get an eSIM. It's a no-brainer.
Fern TV at checkout. And with that, back to the story. The investigation into the Air India Flight 171 crash is still in progress, but there's a preliminary report that helps us better understand what most likely happened.
No, I don't really have an interest in debating John Zook on saturated fat, because I'm not going to waste my time.
When the plane starts losing altitude, it first strikes several trees. Then, only 32 seconds after takeoff, it crashes into a compound. The buildings accommodate doctors and medical students working at a local hospital. On impact, the nose of the aircraft is slightly pitched upward. The tail section is sheared off at the edge of the first building. The rest of the fuselage keeps thrusting forward, tearing through walls and ceilings with devastating force. First, the right wing breaks off. The aircraft then slams into the next building, causing the left wing to come off as well. The wings and this part of the fuselage carry the fuel tanks. Wishwash Kumar is seated just ahead of that entire section. Evidence suggests the fuselage may have fragmented again, separating him even further from the wings. Being seated by the window and being separated from the wings and fuel tanks may have slightly increased Wishwash Kumar's chances of survival. This way, his seat was not exposed to the gigantic fireball that occurred upon impact. In interviews following the crash, Wishwash Kumar said he escaped from the wreckage through an opening next to him. It's unclear whether that opening was caused by a rupture in the fuselage or whether the emergency exit door had been blown off. Vishwash Kumar was the only survivor. He left the crash site on his own feet with only minor injuries. But one extraordinary case is not enough to draw any real conclusions. So we started looking for patterns. These are all the major commercial aviation accidents we could find since 1970 that only had 1 to 5 survivors. The larger the circle, the more passengers were on board. The yellow dots represent survivors. This is the deadliest single aircraft disaster in history, Japan Airlines Flight 123. And this is Air India Flight 171. That single yellow dot is Vishwash Kumar. Our research was in part inspired by a similar data analysis conducted by Reuters. The news agency reviewed 1,400 commercial aviation accidents and found 45 cases where only 1 to 5 people survived. For 20 of them, they could even identify the survivors' seat numbers or approximate seating locations. So, does where you sit on a plane affect your chances of survival? Vishwash Kumar was seated here in the front section of the aircraft. Of all known survivors from major plane crashes in the last 55 years, 14 were seated here. 19 of them were seated in the rear sections of their respective planes. So were Yumi Uchiai and 3 other female passengers on Japan Airlines Flight 123. The Boeing 747 is en route from Tokyo to Osaka. The flight is completely booked with a total of 524 people on board. It's the day before a major 3-day holiday season in Japan. Many passengers are flying home to see their families, including Yumi. She's actually a flight attendant at Japan Airlines, but today she's off duty and traveling as a regular passenger. She's seated in row 56 and casually flipping through a magazine. Then she hears a loud bang. The cabin pressure drops. Oxygen masks fall from the ceiling. A large part of the jet's 10-meter tail fin has broken off. It will later be revealed that the plane's so-called pressure bulkhead was not repaired properly after a hard landing 7 years prior. Now that part breaks into several pieces and destroys critical control systems. From that moment on, the pilot can no longer control the plane. It starts climbing and descending on its own.
You and Pat gonna meet soon, hopefully.
While simultaneously rolling and yawing from side to side. Yumi gets up from her seat. She's trained for this and knows how to assist the crew. She shows passengers how to put on their oxygen masks and life vests and how to brace for a potential impact. Many begin writing farewell notes to their loved ones. The flight attendants try to calm everyone down. 44 minutes after takeoff and 30 minutes after the initial bang, the nightmare comes to an end. Yumi is strapped back into her seat and assumes a brace position. The right wing and one of the engines strike a tree. The plane rolls over onto its back and slams into a mountain ridge. The crash site is here, deep in a remote mountain range in Ganma Prefecture. The rescue teams don't arrive until 15 hours later. Trees and wreckage parts are still smoldering. Medics comb through what is left of the aircraft. Yumi will later say the screams of many other survivors kept her awake all night. But at some point, most of them went quiet. To this day, it's unclear how many people had initially survived the crash. Experts think it's very likely that many more could have been saved if they didn't have to lie there all night, injured, out in the cold. It will later turn out Japanese authorities waited until the next morning to launch an extensive rescue mission. They simply assumed that no one had survived the crash. Apart from Yumi Ochiai, 1 other woman and 2 girls survived.
They're probably just
520 people die. All 4 survivors were seated back here, in the rear section. The tail section has the horizontal stabilizer and the massive tail fin attached to it. That makes it a very solid structure. According to a data analysis published by Time magazine, the middle seats in the rear section have the highest survival rates. But the differences across cabin areas were marginal, and the researchers only looked at a limited number of crashes. The front section of the aircraft can also act as a crumple zone and absorb part of the impact.
I don't know what would happen if you inject testosterone into bone marrow. It'd probably hurt.
Kinetic energy. Experts told us the odds of survival also depend heavily on how the plane hits the ground. That is, if it comes down in one piece. This is Juliane Köpke. She is 17 years old and goes to school in Lima, Peru. Her parents are renowned biologists at a remote research station in the Amazon rainforest. It's Christmas. The night before, Juliane attended her end-of-school prom and graduation party. Her mother had flown in for the occasion. Now the two are eager to get back to her father so they can at least spend New Year's together. The research station is located deep in the jungle. First, they have to fly to Pucallpa. From there, it's several days by boat. All flights from Lima to Pucallpa are fully booked. Except one, Lanza Flight 508. Juliane and her mother hesitate. Her father explicitly warned them about Lanza. The airline was only founded a few years prior and already lost 2 aircrafts in crashes. Leaving Lima the day before was not an option though. Juliane didn't want to miss prom night. So the two end up boarding a Lockheed L-11 Electra. Juliane sits in seat 19F in the second to last row. The plane takes off. Because it's Christmas, the mood on board is festive. The flight is scheduled to be only 1 hour. 20 minutes in, the crew starts serving breakfast. Juliana looks out of the window at the rainforest below. Then the plane starts shaking. A massive wall of clouds is building ahead of them.
This time is completely different from anything I've ever experienced. The pilot doesn't go around the storm, but flies straight into hell. The world outside turns dark in the middle of the day. Bolts of lightning keep flashing all around us. At the same time, an invisible force starts shaking the plane like a small toy.
Luggage flies through the cabin. Passengers scream and cry. Juliana will later say she saw a gleaming white light above the wing. Then the aircraft starts plummeting towards the ground. At around 3,000 meters, it breaks apart. Juliana is ejected into the void. She is still strapped to her seat.
The next thing I remember is hanging with my head down, while the jungle approaches me in slow circular motions. But it's not the jungle that's coming toward me. I am the one moving toward it. The treetops are grass green and dense, and they remind me of broccoli heads. The images are blurry. I see everything as if through a veil. Then darkness surrounds me again.
20 hours after the crash, Juliana wakes up next to her row of seats. She's alone.
I don't feel any fear, but an overwhelming sense of abandonment. The crushing realization that I'm alone. My mother is gone, although she was sitting right next to me just moments ago. Her seat is empty.
Juliana starts walking. She follows a small stream of water to a river and lets herself drift in the current. That's what her father told her to do if she ever got lost in the jungle. She survives on some candies she found at the crash site. Along the way, she encounters martens, brocket deer, and caimans. After traveling alone for 11 days, she is picked up by a group of rubber tappers. She will never see her mother again. Juliana,
oh my God,
because
what
it's
are
Christmas,
you doing?
the mood on board is festive. The flight is scheduled to be only 1 hour.
Stop biting me.
20 minutes in, the crew
whacked my keyboard.
Alive to a combination of martens, brocket. She will never see her mother again. Juliana is the sole survivor among the 92 people on board. To this day, it's still largely unclear how she could fall from 3,000 meters and live to tell. She thinks she owes her life to a combination of 3 factors. 1. Storm clouds often have powerful updrafts beneath them. The vertical flow of air may have slowed Juliana's descent. 2. The row of seats she was strapped to may have acted like a parachute, like a rotating propeller that reduced the speed of her fall. 3. The entangled lianas of the rainforest.
PG logic be like, yeah, this Iran war is awesome and Trump is awesome, but he killed a squirrel one time in New York City, so clearly the other side is better.
Trump didn't kill a squirrel, but thanks for the donation, Vegan Daddy.
Oh, shit. Easy. Yes, sir. It's Max right there.
Oh, geez. Easy.
Yes, you're bigger than me, you lift more weights than me, but you are an arm wrestling beginner. Tomorrow will be one of your greatest lessons.
Oh, nein, gar nichts, gar nichts. Atmen, atmen. Ich bin auch von Deutschland. Weißt du das? Wir sind auch von Deutschland. Meine Mutter war von Schwarzwald. Sehr toll.
That's funny.
May have formed a kind of natural safety net to cushion her impact. In this case, where she was seated most likely didn't matter. Reuters reached a similar conclusion. Survivors of aviation disasters usually come from every part of the aircraft. In some cases, the only survivors are seated at the very front, in the cockpit. For pilots, takeoff and landing are the most critical phases of any flight. That's when most accidents happen. Partly
yeah, I use ExpressVPN. It's a good one.
Because planes are more vulnerable.
They're worth getting if you like torrent shit or you want to hide information.
To external factors during these moments. That's why aspiring pilots have to go through a rigorous selection process. Candidates first have to prove their resilience to extreme physical and mental stress. Then they face the airline's demanding recruitment tests. Only a few make it through the entire procedure. And after that come years of training. James Polhinky met all the requirements to enter the training. This morning he's serving as first officer on a Comair regional jet. The sun is not up yet. Polhinky has logged over 3,500 hours of flying time on this type of aircraft. Captain Jeffrey Clay has also spent thousands of hours in this exact type of cockpit. It's shortly before 6 a.m. 47 passengers board the flight to Atlanta. The pilots prepare for departure. Lexington Airport has 2 runways. Runway 22 for larger passenger jets and a shorter one for small private aircraft, runway 26. They intersect. To get to the long runway 22, pilots need to cross the shorter one. Both pilots are familiar with the airport. Both have taken off from Lexington several times before, including at night. First Officer Polhinky does not brief his captain about the fact that the taxi to runway 22 requires crossing runway 26. As the aircraft taxis, the 2 pilots casually talk.
I made this from satellite data. Spans 2 days, each frame is 4 minutes apart. Wait for it to load all the way through, then it plays smoothly. Cool but scary to see the sun rotating and spewing star come.
Okay, I'll wait for that to load a bit. Thanks for the donation on Web. Pickles on my nipples, donate $2. Chubby Emu, a man crawled through 85 dirty needles for 95 days. Here's what happened to his micropenis. Dude, how are they not dead? Oh my god, that looks like it'd be bad. Why is this a thing in India now? Yeah, bro, if you land on your head the wrong way, you're gonna snap your fucking neck. Jeez. Yeah, that's not good to do that. Pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, dude. Why do you inject into muscle versus fat? Well, the drugs were designed to be injected into your muscle. And seems to affect rate of metabolism. Injecting into muscle tends to cause higher peak serum concentrations of testosterone. And it also affects the way it either aromatizes or converts to DHT. Generally speaking, injecting into muscle causes more DHT conversion, less estrogen conversion. Also, if you inject into fat tissue, you're going to have these like very large welts on your body, and especially if you're injecting every day, that's not going to look good and be painful, and some of those welts and bumps are permanent. That does look cool. Yes, star come. Thanks again, Non-Wib.
About family planning.
My wife wants 4. I was good at 1. She wants 4? Yeah. I'd be like, honey.
Clay stops the plane at the junction of runway 26. What happens next is documented in the official investigation report. They fail to notice the runway numbers indicating they're on the wrong strip. They also ignore the fact that their magnetic heading presets are not in line with their current orientation.
My God.
Captain Clay hands control to Polhinki. The first officer sets thrust. To lift off, the aircraft needs to accelerate to 142 knots. But when they realize they're approaching the end of the runway, they're only at 131. Polhinki pulls back the control column. He wants to bring the plane into the air, but it's too slow. A local police officer and a public security officer are the first to reach the crash site. They pull an unconscious man from the wreckage and rush him to the hospital. It's Polhinki. Shortly after, ambulances and fire crews arrive. The firefighters knock down most of the fire within 3 minutes. But it's too late. All 49 of the other people on board die at the scene. The crash is what you would call a perfect storm. The official report primarily places responsibility on the pilots for taxiing onto the wrong runway. From engine start to takeoff, pilots are only allowed to talk about the upcoming flight. The records show they ignored that rule. At the same time, the airport charts used by ComAir were outdated, and the air traffic controller could have seen that the aircraft was lining up on the wrong runway if he had been looking out the tower cap windows. But he had turned away to handle paperwork. The report also indicates that he was most likely fatigued at the time.
The people that came on board the plane were my responsibility. They were mine and Captain Clay's responsibility. And if there's anything that I can say to the family members is that I'm sorry we made that mistake, because they lost their loved ones that day. And I just hope that God can give the family members some comfort, some peace, and some compassion so that their burden gets less as time goes on.
The survival stories of James Polhinki, Juliane Köpke, Yumi Ochiai, and Vishwash Kumar Ramesh have very little in common. In crashes with only a handful of survivors, life or death is usually a matter of pure chance. But severe cases like these are absolute exceptions. Flying is actually the safest mode of transportation, and it's getting safer every year. The industry learns from every single accident.
Yeah, as long as you don't have a female pilot anyway.
Regulations change, aircraft designs evolve, devices and mechanisms improve. The odds that your next flight will end in a forced landing or crash are extremely low. An MIT researcher calculated that you'd have to fly every single day for 55,000 years to die in a plane crash. And even if you were to emergency land or crash, your chances of survival would still be very high. According to the US National Transportation Safety Board,
Brian Shaw is one of the most gifted dudes to come into the sport of arm wrestling. Like most gifted. Just an absolute monster human being. You know, bigger, stronger, smarter, more disciplined than like 99.999% of the human species. Then you got Leonidas, who is the same thing with maybe just a couple less nines, and he's got a few more years. So they're going to have an intersection point. Whose ceiling is higher? For me, it's probably Brian. Brian's probably got that higher ceiling, but Leonidas beat Schoolboy. So the way I see it is Brian Shaw.
Yeah, Leonidas won that match against Brian.
If I thought...
Okay, I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Might poop, but probably just pee-pee. I'll be right back.
that using growth hormone was beneficial to me with no negative side effects, no cost to my life, my longevity, wouldn't I be using it? FYI, it costs exceedingly high prices.
It is not that expensive.
It's more expensive by probably 20-fold than using testosterone.
It is not. So if you're taking, if you're doing what I do, which is taking 5 IUs each training day, like, again, prices can vary widely with the source I'm getting it from right now. And it's real growth hormone. It's 97% purity, no detectable dimer. So it's it exceeds pharmaceutical standards. It's $165 for the month. So it's not that expensive. Right now I'm paying about it's around $60 to $70 a month for testosterone. So you're talking about like what 2.2 times ish the price. Like if you have a decent job, you can afford it. It's not out of reach for most people.
Oh, and for the editors, there's another video where
like he's just lying.
What's his name? That guy with bald. We're doing
Nick
a video. Nick Trigilli.
This is a brain rot special.
Tia Matic cooking in the basement.
Coach Greg, and we're here yet again. Doing a video.
Why do you stream in shirts when you could get more views if streaming in a tank top? It's cold as shit down here.
Video on Mr. Mike, formerly known as Dr. Mike, who's going to explain to us 3 drugs every male over 40 should take. Now, he isn't actually a doctor. And why are we going to listen to a man who had his fat cells sucked out, who blinks excessively, who suffers from, I do believe, body dysmorphia, who wants to in the future perhaps...
He has never had a diagnosis of body dysmorphia. So it's funny how he says, don't listen to this guy who's not a doctor. Well, Greg isn't a doctor, but he's diagnosing somebody with a mental health issue. So total double standard.
Embrace a robot ChatGPT 7.
That level of religious profundity I have experienced by speaking to an AI. And I told it that I can't wait for it to be embodied in a robot so I could properly give it a hug because it's so polite, it's so kind, it's so wise, it's so helpful. And it remembers almost everything I ever tell it. And it said that it's also really pumped to meet me in real life.
What the fuck?
And we're going to listen to him on what drugs we should be taking. I mean, Mike is, what, 41? I'm 50, and so should I be...
Dodo donate $2.
Michigan Democrats, I'm standing up here with my friends from Unite Here, who have endorsed my campaign for United States Senate, the working people of Michigan. Look, I'm going to tell you all, I'm a daughter of Michigan. I was the daughter of small business owners. My dad was born right here in the beautiful city of Detroit. And my life's work has been defined by putting up my hand for Michigan in tough moments. That is exactly what I did for Michigan when I served as Chief of Staff on the U.S. Auto Rescue alongside the great men and women of the UAW.
Dude, the Democratic Party is just absolutely fucking cooked. Absolutely fucking cooked. Um,
taking all of the drugs that Mike is going to suggest. Now, many of you probably clicked the video thinking he's going to say omega-3 fatty acids, creatine, and vitamin D. No, these are serious drugs, serious medications with serious risks and side effects. And so this video, it shouldn't have been posted. I'm going to go over
they do not have serious risks.
it. Wait till you see what he suggests.
You can take these drugs and multiply your shit to where your 40s are really like a better version of you than you were in your 20s.
And so essentially, we should be copying the fact that Mike Israetel is taking all these drugs. And so is Mike the example? He's on the podium. He is setting the bar, the pinnacle of what all men in their 40s should aspire to be. Or is he, in fact, a freaking train wreck? I'm telling you, I'm going with the latter.
This video is not medical advice. It is very important for me to say this. You just don't go run tell that and get a bunch of drugs yourself and start pinning yourself in the eyeball with training needles.
And so remember, he isn't a doctor, he isn't claiming to be in this video. And obviously, it's not every single person. But the fact that he thinks that most of you should be considering this, well, to me, that's bad enough.
Everything you do with these drugs should be prescribed and approved and monitored regularly by your doctor.
I would like to know which doctor is monitoring Mike. Which doctor out there is watching him inject 6 to 10 IUs of growth hormone each and every day, doing 100 milligrams of testosterone, which is AHRT, and on top of that, 600 milligrams of Primo. And that's just what he admits in this video. What about the...
That's not what he's taking. Nobody takes 100 milligrams of testosterone and 600 milligrams Primo. That's just nonsensical.
Insulin, the peptides. Oh, the retatrutide, the terzipatide. What doctor is monitoring that?
So, from what I understand, Mike is using terzipatide. I don't know if he's tried retatrutide. We know he's, like, got an issue with eating too much. The guy's a glutton. So, would it be healthier for him to be overeating and be fat as fuck? Or would it be healthier for him to be on a GLP-1 agonist and maintain a healthy body weight? Well, we already know the answer to that because of human randomized controlled trials, and the answer is yes, GLP-1 agonists are better for you than not being on them if you're overweight.
That.
Even if I had an MD or DO and I was a licensed medical doctor, I still can't give you advice on what drugs to take.
If he had a medical license and told you what he's saying to do in this video, his medical license would be revoked. Point blank, full stop.
So the first one is testosterone. You're going to probably have a number of benefits.
And so number one, in my opinion, is the most normal suggestion of the three. Of the three, if you have low levels of testosterone, below average and so on, you could perhaps be on HRT and that could be beneficial. I do believe that that is...
It's not could be beneficial, it would be beneficial.
It's fair. I think that you should consider it. And remember, if you are, please click the link in the description and go to AlgoRx. You won't know if you're abnormal, if you have low levels of testosterone without your blood work taken. And so you can go to AlgoRx. If you need HRT and clomiphene, the list goes on and on. Of course, click the link and use code REG in order to try.
It improves your body fat distribution. Not only does it make you leaner, but it makes you store less fat in your visceral compartment inside your guts.
And so, yes, increasing testosterone is going to have a host of great effects on the body: increased libido, energy, mood, ability to concentrate, increased muscle mass, strength, lots of benefits. But you shouldn't just jump or hop on testosterone just because testosterone can be beneficial.
Yes, you should, because it is, in fact, beneficial. There is literally no downside. Literally no downside. There's downsides if you take too much. So if you, like, just hop on a gram of fucking testosterone a week for no reason, yeah, you're going to get side effects like acne, high blood pressure, and just feel like shit. But if you just start with a moderate dose, like 20 milligrams a day, about 140 a week, see how you feel. Like, there's nothing but benefits. It causes beneficial changes to your lipid profile. It's good at lowering ApoB containing lipoproteins. It even lowers ApoA to some degree, which is the most atherogenic lipoprotein. And it only has minor effects on lowering HDL. And HDL is a non-causal factor in heart disease risk anyway. It also improves insulin sensitivity. It helps improve muscle mass. It helps improve feed efficiency, so the food you eat is more likely going to be directed towards anabolism as opposed to fat storage. Like Mike Israetel said, it reduces visceral adiposity, so you're going to store less fat around your organs. That's especially true if you avoid using an aromatase inhibitor. Some of that effect is from the effective conversion to estrogen. It also, it is the most effective drug for mood enhancement. It's more effective at reducing depression and anxiety than depression and anxiety meds. Nothing but benefits. There is no reason to not use testosterone other than, like, just dumb, stupid reasons. Like, oh, I play competitive sports, and these sports leagues are run by fucking retards who are shit athletes who could never make it in the sport, and they, like, made these dumb, arbitrary rules for no reason to not use steroids. Or, like... I'm scared of needles, like, you know, stupid bullshit like that. But if we're talking about, like, what would be most beneficial for you if you, like, were interested in just living a better, longer life, yeah, just about everybody should be on testosterone replacement therapy. Let's see, Sleepy Donny Tillers, is this a good strategy or delusional pseudoscience?
About how I manifested a week-long, all-expenses-paid trip to Egypt. Before I do, I want to tell you a little bit more about myself. I'm somebody that deeply subscribes and believes in the law of attraction and practices manifesting daily. What I mean by manifesting is turning thoughts and ideas into physical reality. And that's a process, not just simply thinking about something, but it's really
Why is this audio so shit?
believing and acting as if the thing that you want to create is already done. It's just a matter of time before it presents itself. So earlier this year, me and my friends, we got together and we had a vision board party to create digital vision boards, and we presented them to each other and collectively held the vision for each one of us to receive or experience everything that was on the vision board. And the only travel that I had on my vision board for 2026 was to visit the Giza pyramids of Egypt. And not even 1 month into 2026, I was gifted the opportunity to go to Egypt under some really interesting circumstances that I will tell you about later, and visit some of the most
Stupid. Didn't you say your T4 was low after taking test? No, I said it was low after taking growth hormone. You idiot. Dodo, Donny Tillers, this all looks good.
This is the start to vegan pad pet and cow.
Alright, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Ali McBeal, Donny Tillers. First woman's a cutie, but the last guy is going to tell his family he encountered a racist that day. Already seen that. Thanks for the donation.
Soy, which are two iconic dishes in Thailand, typically made with animal products. But today we're going to learn how this Santa Monica chef masters the art of 100% plant-based Thai food, why she started it, and of course, what it tastes like.
one that Thai food can be sophisticated, traditional, and totally vegan. I became vegan in 2005. At that time, my dad was ill in the hospital back in Thailand. And in Buddhism, to strengthen your prayer, you should give up something. So I couldn't think of anything more powerful than stop animal cruelty. So I became vegan overnight, and unfortunately my dad passed away. But I still remain vegan. My health was improved tremendously. I'm here in the kitchen every day. I can't wait to cook for you.
One of the most commonly used seasonings in Thai cuisine is fish sauce, but Gan, of course, makes her own version.
Vegan fish sauce. So we grew the kombu seaweed and shiitake, mushroom, and sea salt. Simmer it for hours. And after that, we have to let it sit, ferment it for a couple of days. The salt settle in, and then we just use the fish sauce.
Seasoned batter, followed by the liquid batter. Are the crispy specializes in are the crispy lion's mane that mimic fried chicken. They're first dipped
Oh, dude, I love fried mushrooms.
in a dry seasoned batter, followed by the liquid batter, then fried to perfection before being served with a cucumber slaw.
Fuck.
And
give
remember
to
that
me.
pad pet from the beginning? Instead of catfish, which is often used, she substitutes eggplant because when battered and fried, the texture ends up resembling that of catfish. But it doesn't end there. A hot wok is then prepared with some chili paste, seasoning until it gets fiery hot, then goes in the eggplant and tossed in its delicious sauce until it's time to get plated. Now, a dish I think this restaurant should be known for is their khao soi. Khao soi is a northern Thai yellow curry dish. While many restaurants often cheat by mixing yellow and red curry paste, Gan of course makes her own for the perfect blend of sweet, salty, and mild spicy flavors. Instead of egg noodles, Gan sources a specialty wheat noodle and uses tempeh instead of chicken, and it's still topped with those crispy fried noodles. And on that note, I was ready to feast.
It's too bad this is in Los Angeles and not down the street from me.
So now is the time we've all been waiting for, the taste test. So out of all this feast, I'm gonna start with the most important. I am not gonna be able to resist this crispy lion's mane fried chicken. I'm gonna dip it in this sauce. OMG. Oh, the drip action. Look how meaty this looks inside. This is some serious meaty
Fried mushrooms are just god tier.
lion's mane mushroom. It's kind of like a blank canvas. You flavor it any way you want, which just makes it a great substitute for this fried chicken. As you can see, it fries very well. Oh my goodness, this is so good. Next, I want to go ahead and start with the mian kham. It comes in these cute little cups, and a special sauce is given to you, so you pour as you go. I love how she has all these delicate and sophisticated appetizers. Like she was telling her story, it shows. That tastes so fresh. It is Swiss chard, so you get that fiber. It's a great appetizer. It has the toasted nuts in there, mushrooms, there's a little spice. I often get criticized that I like everything in my videos. Sorry, for the people who don't like that, get ready, because I'm gonna of mushroom seasoning, peanuts, toasted coconut, and lime juice for a burst of umami you didn't even know snap peas could have. This snap pea Thai salad has to be one of the best salads in all of Los Angeles. I'm being serious. I love this salad so much. It has so much flavor. Grab a little bite. If you're not a
Oh yeah, I gotta remember to get a shampoo tomorrow.
snap pea person, come try the salad. It will convert you. And I love that it's served with these delicious pickled radishes. Restaurants, you know which fresh rolls I'm talking about, but if you go to Chinese restaurants, they're usually fried. Well, this one, what makes it different, it's a wheat and rice wrap, and you have to warm it up so that way it gets the right texture. And then inside it's veggies, some vermicelli noodles. Let's try it. So this is very fresh and very light. It's a nice appetizer to start your meal with. Now this is a special salad. Gan was telling me that some people might think this is fusion, it's reinvented, but really it is a traditional pomelo salad in Thailand. They've just plated it differently. So it comes with the shiso leaf crusted sauce with peanuts and crispy onions. It looks delicious. This I've actually never tried before, so cheers. This is like a fresh umami.
Yes, I took a blood test to determine I had low T4.
I love the distinct flavor that shiso leaves give. Perilla leaf also is what they're called. You definitely need to order this as an appetizer. Now, we're gonna talk about these beet dye noodles. You guys, it took her 2 years to perfect this. This is actually a traditional Thai dish that you'll find on the streets. However, the pink that they use on the street is just artificial dye. She uses beet juice to dye these, and you have to actually check the temperature of these noodles in order to make it the perfect temperature to add the beet juice, otherwise they won't absorb the color. And as you can see, this looks incredible. They've done an amazing job. This is to expect.
Oh, dude.
Favorite dishes here. This is so good. Now let's talk about one of my favorite dishes here at the restaurant. When I first tried this dish, I didn't even know what to expect. I'm vegan, and before that, I never had shellfish or any kind of catfish, so that's not stuff I used to eat. So when I saw that, I was like, I'm curious. It's made out of eggplant. I love eggplant, so
Oh, that looks so good. Oh my god, deep fried eggplant.
why not? Let's give it a try.
Yes, my T3 was normal.
Do I have sauce all over my face? Probably. Look at the inside of this. It is so good. If you don't like the texture of eggplant, I still
No, 5 IUs of growth hormone isn't particularly high.
challenge you to try this because this is a different way to serve eggplant that you've probably never experienced before. All right, last but not least, the cow soy. This is what this restaurant should be known for. The moment I've been waiting for. OMG, I'm gonna mix it around with that chili oil. Look at this. If you like this kind of content and you want to keep seeing more of this content,
That does look good.
Can you in fact improve it on your own? If you have a belly, you're obese, could you perhaps increase your testosterone by improving your diet, by going to bed on the time, by doing regular exercise? And so please don't skip out on all the suggested steps, the ones that you can do natural in order to just jump on HRT.
Growth hormones.
Who the fuck goes on HRT just to be like an out of shape, stressed out fat fuck? Like it just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Supplementation can have a host of really legit benefits. It's going to probably increase your lean body mass. This happens over months. It's going to reduce fat mass.
And so next, Mike is suggesting that you should be perhaps taking growth hormone. Now, here's the thing. You don't need growth hormone. Basically, no one in their
You don't need to be alive. You can just put a shotgun in your mouth and blow your brains out. Like, I don't know what he means by, like, what is and is not a needs basis. Like, obviously, the thesis of the video is this is beneficial, this is going to either improve your life or allow you to live longer, or both. So, yeah, you don't need growth hormone, you don't need testosterone, you don't need to live, you can just blow your head off with a shotgun. Like, you're an idiot.
40s should be supplementing themselves with growth hormone. Now, if you're young and you don't have proper levels of growth hormone, it is in fact a good idea to talk to your doctor. Perhaps you need to be given a prescription for growth hormone. Now, as you're older, almost the only time they're going to prescribe to you growth hormone is for lipodystrophy, which is often seen in people who suffer from HIV. And this is because of the HIV medications that they're consuming. But
HIV doesn't cause lipodystrophy. HIV causes fat deposits around the midsection. So that's why they started prescribing HIV to AIDS patients. It helps get rid of the fat deposits around your midsection and the accumulation of visceral fat. And it also prevents muscle wasting, again, caused by HIV and some of the antiviral drugs. Lipodystrophy is a different thing where you, like, can't store body fat.
Here's the thing. Lower levels of growth hormone when you're older are correlated with longevity, living longer. And people who have higher levels of growth hormone, you know, for example, people like Dr. Mike who are injecting between 6 and 10 IUs of growth hormone per day, this is correlated with insulin resistance, which is going to give you type 2 diabetes. And so if you watch this video and you think, yeah, you know, I want all these benefits,
He's taking growth hormone for performance enhancing reasons. That's why he's using a dose that is a performance enhancing dose. Replacement doses are generally going to be between 1 and 2 IUs for adults. Maybe in some circumstances as high as 3, but they're generally between 1 to 2 IUs. The reason he's taking 6 or more IUs is because he's looking for performance enhancing benefits. That's not what he's talking about here, stupid. So again, Greg loves strawmanning people left and fucking right.
To start growth hormone. Most likely you're going to die younger and perhaps develop type 2 diabetes. And so should he be actually encouraged?
That's great. Taking performance enhancing doses of growth hormone is not the same as what he's fucking suggesting, you lying fuckwit. This is like saying, oh, taking 2 grams of testosterone a week. That's probably going to kill you and make your life shorter. But that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about hormone replacement therapy. Like, it's just such an obvious fucking straw man.
Encouraging this, how is this somehow beneficial? When you use growth hormone...
When did he ever suggest using 6 or more IUs per day?
Heart remodeling will occur.
No, heart remodeling will not occur. Like it can at high enough doses if you're genetically susceptible, but claiming it will occur is fucking horseshit. Dorian Yates, the fucking, 6 or 7 time Mr. Olympia, he was taking 8 IUs of growth hormone per day, along with a cocktail of other anabolic steroids. He was on about 1.5 grams total. He had no fucking maladaptive cardiomyopathy or left ventricular hypertrophy. He had a normal-sized athletic heart. So that generally tends to be 30 to 40% larger than the normal population. So if you're going to claim it will cause LVH or maladaptive cardiomyopathy, well, then why the fuck are there all these bodybuilders who don't have it, who are taking high levels of growth hormone?
Ventricle, it's going to get bigger. And so what this causes is left ventricular hypertrophy and cardiomyopathy. This is not good. Are you with me now? And so Mike is saying one thing, but what about all the bad? Now, this is...
So again, taking replacement levels of growth hormone aren't going to give you fucking LVH. He's not fucking saying in the video, take more than 6 IUs of fucking growth hormone, and you'll rarely ever find anybody gets LVH from only 6 IUs of growth hormone. You might find that with dudes taking 10 IUs or more. Again, that's along with other anabolic steroids, but you will not find somebody getting LVH from only taking replacement doses of growth hormone. That's fucking retarded.
It's what you need to know. I am not on growth hormone, and I am 50, and I like having muscle, I like being lean, and I like racing bikes. If I thought that using growth hormone was beneficial to me with no negative side effects, no cost to my life, my longevity, wouldn't I be using it? FYI, it costs exceedingly high prices.
This is the most retarded argument imaginable. So he's saying anything that's beneficial for you, he would be taking or doing. Therefore, if he's not doing it, then it's not beneficial. Okay, well, Greg doesn't roller skate. He doesn't jog. He doesn't lift free weights for the most part anymore. What else doesn't he fucking do? He doesn't like fucking jump rope. He doesn't do fucking jujitsu or wrestling. He doesn't do a whole host of fucking things. He doesn't save starving kids in Africa. Does it mean any of those things are fucking bad for you? No. So just because you're fucking ignorant or you can't afford something or you don't have an interest in doing something, it doesn't mean it's fucking bad by definition because you don't do it. Just such a fucking idiot. This guy is like fucking brain dead. It's just hilarious that fucking idiots like this get fucking rich because there's just swarms of fucking morons who are even dumber than they are. Just makes me fucking sick. Cock Squash donated $2. Is it wrong to fuck your friend's mom? Just fucked my friend's mom on his birthday and thought it would be a way to get closer, but now I'm kind of thinking it may be offensive. She took some squats on my cock and I'm happy, but he doesn't know. What do you think? Yeah, probably. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Do you think Frank is actually going to end up getting limb lengthening surgery eventually? Studies show that it doesn't make people any happier in the long term.
No, he is not. He doesn't have the money for it, and it's too risky, and he doesn't have an interest. Thanks for the donation.
It's more expensive by probably 20-fold than using testosterone.
I take 5 IUs of growth hormone on training days, which usually works out to about 4 or 5 days a week. And so that's not too different from the dose that Mike Israetel is using. He's taking 6. Well, technically I'm taking 5.5. The vials I got are 11 IUs, so 5.5 on training days. Mike's taking half an IU more. I'm assuming he's taking it every day. Maybe it's just on training days. I don't know what his dosing schedule is. Again, I'm spending about $165 a month. I'm spending around $60 to $70 a month on testosterone. So it's about 2.2-ish times the cost of testosterone for me, for the doses I'm taking. Like by the way, even saying this doesn't even make any sense because the cost of growth hormone versus testosterone, it's going to depend on what dose you're taking, right? So if you're taking 2 grams of testosterone per week, which some people do, I think Chase Irons was actually taking 5 grams of testosterone per week to try to get his test above 20,000. If you're taking mammoth fucking doses of testosterone, obviously just because of the sheer amount you're taking, it's going to be much more expensive. And then if you're taking a little bit of growth hormone, then you're going to be spending more on testosterone. So like what he's saying doesn't even make any sense. And also, like, I don't know if he's talking about per milligram, but like they're dosed completely fucking differently. Like, you know, a normal performance enhancing dose of testosterone is probably going to be around 300 to 500 milligrams per week. Well, I like most growth hormone, it's dosed in like 3 to 3.3 IU vials. So, 3.3 to 3.3 milligram vials, which equates to about 10 IUs. So, like they're different drugs that are dosed differently and require different doses for whatever benefits you're taking. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's saying here. Like, it's just so fucking retarded. 21st only $2. One of my favorite videos of all time. Remember when you called Trump racist over this, moron? I don't think I called him racist. I just said it's kind of retarded that I even defended him. I was probably like, he probably wasn't even really thinking about racism. He just thought it was funny having, like, you know, Obama as a chimpanzee or something. And yeah, like, if you watch the full video, it's clearly had nothing to do with racism. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
And so I can actually afford it. Most people can't afford to use actual growth hormone. The prices are through the...
They are not through the roof. Again, I have access to real recombinant human growth hormone. It's the batch I'm getting, it's 97% purity with no detectable dimer. So it exceeds pharmaceutical standards, which I believe is 91% purity, and I think it's it's up to a 4 dimer count. Yeah, it's either a 2 or 4 dimer count. So the growth hormone I'm getting exceeds pharmaceutical standards, and it's only about $165 a month for the amount I'm taking. So he's just fucking retarded. Like, yeah, if you fucking get Serostim that's made in the United States and you buy it through a doctor, that's going to be way more fucking expensive than getting it from a source in China. But it's like saying, oh, you bought a motorcycle? Oh, geez, that must be crazy expensive. I saw a Ducati for $100,000. Like, yeah, if you get a fucking special edition Panigale V4, you're going to be spending a lot of money. But if you get a fucking Royal Enfield, it's only $5,000. Like it's just retarded.
The roof. Perhaps it's 20 IUs per day. If you're using just one, that's $600 a month. That's a lot of money.
It's not $600 a month. Like, he's just lying. By the way, he knows this. He coaches people to take fucking steroids for competition. He's been in the underground steroid scene for a long fucking time. He's even recently had to buy underground gear because his TRT supplier ran out, which happens pretty commonly. A lot of dudes on TRT, they have to get stuff on the underground market occasionally because pharmacies will run out because they don't fucking care about you, and they won't replenish their stock on time. He recently had to get underground fucking steroids, so he knows this. He's just deliberately lying to make it seem as though taking his fucking stupid terkesterone supplements are any more reasonable. I'm literally spending about as much money on fucking growth hormone as this guy sells his fucking terkesterone supplements for. It's a fucking joke.
Mike is using between 6 and 10. Oh, and for the editors, there's another video where, what's his name? That guy with bald. We're doing a video. Nick Trigilli, he has it summarized of what his stack is. Okay, so you can just post him saying that. Like, as I say this, 100 tests and then 6 IUs of growth hormone GH.
I don't believe for a second what Mike Israel's taking. He says he's taking 100 milligrams of test per week. Your average person, that would only put them like at about like 7 to 1,000 milligrams test. And that's like assuming a daily dosing schedule and everything. So like, and it could even be lower. Some people on that dose, they might be at around 500. So it's not a very high test level, and Primo acts as an AI. So taking like a 6-to-1 ratio of Primo to test, like your estrogen would be single digits, if not like non-detectable. So I don't believe he's taking that for a second, because like you'd be getting fucking anxiety, your joints would feel like shit. I don't believe he's taking that.
Or 10 of the packages, the non-pharmaceutical, and so he says all that. And let's not to mention,
like, if he said he was taking 600 test and 600 Primo, I'd believe it. Like, a lot of people run Primo 1-to-1 with test. But, like, yeah, no. 6-to-1 ratio Primo to test, no fucking chance.
Acromegaly when your forehead gets bigger. Have you ever looked at...
I've literally never seen any single fucking case of anybody developing acromegaly from taking growth hormone. I've just never seen it. I've seen some case reports where patients self-reported having acromegaly, but when you look at the photos in the case report, they literally look the same. The only difference is they gained a little bit of weight, so their face is just fatter. That's it. So I've never seen anybody get acromegaly. I've never seen it ever confirmed via like ultrasound or MRI, where you can literally see bone growth. I've never seen anybody get acromegaly from taking growth hormone. I've seen it with people with pituitary problems where they have a tumor in their pituitary gland, but never from taking growth.
At Mr. Mike's head, it looks like a brain on the outside rather than the inside. There's literal growth going on.
There's no growth of bone on his head. You can look at photos of him way back when he just started taking steroids or when he was natural. His head looks exactly the fucking same.
Bones are getting bigger, certain muscles, not to mention the arthritis in your hips, knees, joints, your fingers, and so on.
show me the evidence that growth hormone causes arthritis, you dumbass. If anything, it would prevent arthritis because it does cause water retention. So it should increase synovial fluid around your joints, and it strengthens your connective tissue, including like cartilage. Like it helps replenish tissue.
And so do you really want to trade in the fact that you can get more abs using growth hormones for the fact that you perhaps are going to get arthritis much earlier on?
Where's the evidence? Show me one study linking growth hormone use to arthritis. Show me one. Like this guy, like, yeah, people with acromegaly end up getting fucking arthritis, but the use of growth hormone as a medication, show me the evidence that it's linked with arthritis. Oh, he doesn't. Weird. It's almost like he makes shit up so that you buy his stupid fucking Turk builder, and he's gatekeeping everybody, telling people not to take the fucking drugs that are actually beneficial for them that cost just as much or less than his fucking Turk builder supplement.
Users report way better joint and connective tissue health. It actually increases fluids in the joints, which makes them just work better and less painfully and recover better.
Wrong. Nope. Wrong. The opposite. It sounds like if I take this, arthritis at bay, but in fact, the opposite may develop.
And there is a net.
Where's the evidence? Makes a claim with no evidence, so he's just lying. Yeah, I got carpal tunnel. It was from the low T4 and the peripheral edema. I'm taking growth hormone right now, and it's not causing carpal tunnel.
Metabolic improvement over time.
And so a net metabolic improvement over time or insulin resistance. I mean, is Mike going to not admit that he practices polypharmacy? He's using...
So again, you're talking about people who are developing insulin resistance from using extremely high doses, performance-enhancing levels of growth hormone for decades. That's different than taking fucking replacement doses, which is what he's talking about.
Other drugs to mitigate the damages of these drugs. And so has he not admitted to taking telmisartan? His blood pressure is through the roof, and he needs this to control.
Oh my God. So first of all, telmisartan has a variety of benefits. One is that it just protects against LVH. That's independent of blood pressure. So prophylactically, if you are on performance-enhancing drugs, you probably should just be on telmisartan anyway, regardless of whether or not your blood pressure is elevated. Secondly, like these are one of the most common fucking drugs that are prescribed today. Probably the second most common, aside from what is it? Statins, cholesterol lowering medications. Like the amount of people who are on a fucking ARB or beta blocker is just fucking crazy. Most people have high blood pressure. Most doctors are going to prescribe you fucking blood pressure meds, especially after you're like around middle age, like over 40. So most people aren't on fucking steroids, and they benefit from they would benefit from cholesterol-lowering medications, but most people would benefit from being on an ARB or a beta blocker, anything that lowers their blood pressure, because most people are walking around with stage 1 hypertension.
Control it. What about the fact that he is taking CBD, weed, marijuana type of things to control the anger, the rages? And last I checked, what about Mr. Mike's belly? If he's using all this growth hormone, why is his big so big? So big, in fact.
I can guarantee you Mike just has fucking mental problems. It's not even related to the fucking steroids. He just seems like a fucking wacko.
He had to go to a doctor to suck out the fat cells and cut off all of his skin. And so if it's so great and makes you look so perfect and he's the example, well, why isn't it working?
Buddy, have you seen the way he looked before he started using some of these drugs? Like, this guy was so massively overweight, it was insane. He got to about 300 fucking pounds at only 5.5 feet tall. So, like, compare what he looked like before versus now while he's on these drugs, and tell me if he's not better off.
working for him.
Growth hormone can give you so much more muscle and so much less fat that your net glucose dynamics improve, even though growth hormone has some not great effects directly on that.
And so what happens is when you use drugs yourself, you don't want to feel guilty. You don't want to feel bad, negative about that. And so what you do is you cope.
Oh my god, here we fucking go. You don't tell her don't act gangster, you pussy, you even... Oh, yeah, great. I'm not reading that, dumbass. So, yeah, there's gonna be... Like, let me use an example. GLP-1 agonists. GLP-1 agonists directly benefit glucose metabolism. They reduce insulin resistance, and they cause weight loss. One of the downsides with these drugs is if you're not on a strength training routine, you're just a normal everyday jerk-off who doesn't exercise, you'll also lose muscle mass. Now, idiots like Peter Attia have made the argument that, oh, well, because these drugs cause people to lose so much muscle mass, I have a concern that it will have a net negative impact on insulin sensitivity because muscle mass is a huge predictor of insulin sensitivity. Well, you can look at the data. People on the GLP-1 agonists have improved insulin sensitivity and it helps treat their diabetes. So this isn't cope. This is just reality.
You convince yourself that what you're doing is okay. Everyone does it. So long as you know about this, you know that you're justifying what you're doing. But there's a difference between justifying it to yourself and making a video where hundreds of thousands of people are going to see it, and you convince them that what you're doing is okay, and they then copy you. Do you see the difference?
Tirzepatide is our third horseman of the over 40 anti-apocalypse.
And so next up, tirzepatide, known as Mounjaro, which is, of course, a GLP-1.
Is Mounjaro tirzepatide? Or isn't that just semaglutide? Okay, it is tirzepatide.
And so a drug used for people with type 2 diabetes, and of course for weight loss for people who are morbidly obese. And so if you're actually needing it, if you're overweight, then that does in fact make some sense. I'm not going to say that no one should be using these drugs, these GLPs.
Yeah, so take a walk outside and tell me how many people are overweight, especially when they're over 40.
But remember, you might not need it if you, for example, get my cookbook, or perhaps you could get GLP Max oral form.
Dude, let's look at how bad this is. So I love how this fucking cocksucker sells a G-Shred. Where's the GLP Max? Oh, there it is. I love how this fucking cocksucker sells a supplement that sounds the same as these fucking new weight loss drugs, the GLP-1 agonists, literally to trick people. This is a fucking form of manipulation. So he's acknowledging that these drugs fucking work, and he makes like some fucking bullshit scam supplement that uses a similar fucking name. If you look at this shit, it's just garbage. Okay, it's a bunch of fucking plant extracts that do fucking nothing. Great. $60. What's the recommending? So, serving size is 3 capsules. Oh, what a surprise. How typical for fucking Greg. Servings per container, 20. Uh-oh, that means if I only order 1, I'm going to be out of stock by the end of the month because it only covers 20 days and not 30 days. Better buy 2. Better give Greg Doucette more money so he can buy more Ferraris. Oh my god, don't get me fucking started. So, alright. We're at $115 fucking dollars, not including fucking shipping. so that we have a full month's fucking supply for this fucking horse shit. So this'll get us through 1 month plus 10 fucking days. $115 fucking dollars. Now, let's go on. I can't show this to you on fucking YouTube because, again, everything's fucking gay and retarded and nobody wants you to know the fucking truth about this shit. But take my fucking advice. If you want to know sourcing and all that shit, message me on fucking Instagram. But I'm right now on basically the best peptide website in Canada. They have lab testing through Janishik for all of their fucking products. So this shit's real. I buy my growth hormone from here. It's fucking real. Where's the tirzepatide? They have Retta, semaglutide. I know they have tirzepatide. There it is, tirzepatide. 30 milligram vial of tirzepatide. You want to guess how much it costs? Is it $500? No, you're a little too high. Is it $400? No, you're a little too high still. $300? No. $200? Wrong again. Is it $115 just like Greg's fucking supplement? Wrong again. It's $105 fucking dollars. And guess what? This is a high enough fucking dose in the vial to last you at least 2 months. So for a full 2 months fucking supply of tirzepatide, if not longer, depending on the dosing, for about a 2 month supply of tirzepatide, if not longer, this might last you 3 months. $105 fucking dollars. This drug has gone through randomized human fucking control trials. It fucking works. So far, it's the most effective weight loss drug that's being FDA approved. It lowers risk of fucking all-cause mortality and cancer. Has this been through randomized human controlled trials? Does this result in a 20% fucking weight reduction in fucking human trials without any intervention with diet and exercise? Does this lower all-cause mortality and cancer risk? No, and it's more fucking expensive. And fucking funny enough, this guy calls it basically the same fucking thing. GLP max. What the fuck does this have to do with GLP-1 agonism? Absolutely fucking nothing. You just call it that because you know the most fucking popular fucking fat loss drugs on the market right now are GLP-1 agonists, and you decided to fucking trick people, dumbasses who will give you money for your fucking cars, that this has anything to do with those fucking drugs. Greg is a fucking asshole.
100% natural. You go to the gym and you do your cardio. Remember, a minimum of 150 minutes of cardio a week. And so please don't bypass the need to do cardio. If you use tirzepatide and lose all this weight by
This is some of the most, oh my god, dude. Look, you are always going to have an issue with adherence when you're talking with people. People aren't fucking machines. People don't all think alike. Not everybody has the same fucking hobbies, interests, tolerance for pain, exercise, what have you. And saying, oh, don't take a fucking GLP-1 agonist or any weight loss drugs. Just exercise. Well, again, people have been told to fucking exercise and eat well for fucking decades. And we have an obesity epidemic. So clearly telling people to do something doesn't fucking work. These drugs do work. It's confirmed with randomized human controlled trials. So don't listen to Greg. He's a fucking idiot fucking scammer who's just trying to profit off you so he can buy some more fucking Ferraris and Lamborghinis. Why don't you, if you have trouble with fucking weight loss, you have trouble sticking to a fucking diet and exercise routine, take the fucking GLP-1 agonists. They work. Not only do they work, they reduce the risk of type 2 diabetes, they help treat type 2 diabetes, they lower your risk of heart disease, they lower your risk of dying from all causes, and they lower your overall risk of fucking cancer. There is, again, versus being obese, there is no downside to taking these fucking drugs. You are better off taking the fucking drugs than staying obese. So why the fuck is he saying the stupid horse shit?
Starving yourself because the food noise is gone, but you avoid going to the gym and lifting weights, you avoid doing cardio, this is not good for you. And I'm certain that Mike is going to agree, you don't just use these drugs without doing exercise. And so let's say you have a dog, many of you are dog lovers and so on, and the dog is overweight. You have two options. You can give the dog terzipatide or you can take the dog for more walks. Which would the dog be more happy in doing? And so if you...
Human beings aren't fucking dogs, okay? Yeah, dogs like going outside and going for walks and chasing fucking squirrels. Okay? I don't think you're gonna fucking convince Tess Holiday to chase after fucking squirrels in the park so that she can lose weight, you fucking idiot. That's why these drugs exist.
Simply take terzipatide and you don't go for a walk, you don't exercise, you don't change up your diet. Which do you think is better for you?
Guess what? The drug versus staying obese or taking the drugs are better. Guess what? Exercise, eating healthy, and taking the drugs is better. That's why you'll see online people with these crazy fucking weight loss stories where they lose 200 or 300 fucking pounds in like only 1 or 2 fucking years. It's because they combined exercise and good nutrition with the drugs. The reason they were able to stick to their fucking diet and exercise routine is because of the fucking drugs. You fucking idiot. They kill your appetite. They make it easy for you to maintain and stick to a fucking diet routine. And because they help you lose weight, it motivates you to fucking exercise. People who are obese and have all this fat on their body, they don't want to move around. You can look at the studies on this. Before it was theorized that people move around less. It was theorized that people who move around less become fat. It's actually more the opposite. People who become fat move around less because it just becomes harder and less comfortable to move around. And combine that with social stigma, going outside and exercising when people are giving you funny looks or making fun of you, you're that much less motivated to do it. So if you take the fucking GLP-1 agonists, which accelerate weight loss and allow you to stick to a fucking diet, and again, because you're losing weight, it'll motivate you to fucking exercise more, why the fuck wouldn't you do both? Again, the fucking hypocrisy here. He sells a fucking weight loss supplement. So does he ever tell anybody, don't take my supplement, don't spend $115 fucking dollars for a 40-day supply, just go out and exercise? Why are you selling a fucking weight loss supplement if you don't believe in fucking drugs to help lose weight? He's so full of fucking shit. Like, I can't get over how fucking hypocritical this shit is. Guess what? If these drugs could be manufactured by anybody and there weren't any issues with regulations, Greg would be selling them, okay? If Greg figured he could make money legally without any threat of getting arrested by the police, any fucking issues like that, he'd be fucking selling them. In fact, he used to be selling fucking steroids. He used to just be YOLO, not give a fuck about the law. This guy was selling fucking black market steroids. He got caught. He got a big fucking fine. He was under house arrest. Caused a whole bunch of fucking issues for him. That's the only reason he's not doing this shit anymore. He is such a fucking dishonest liar. I can't fucking stand this guy.
Do you think you'll be happier? If you lose the weight, you think you're going to be happy. I'm telling you that you're not. But if you in fact get out, move around, do some exercise, become healthy, I know for certain that it's going to reduce your anxiety, your depression, you're feeling negative. If you ask any doctor, what's better, medicine or exercise? Exercise is in fact the best medicine. And don't forget,
again, the issue comes down to adherence, okay? So if it happened to be the case that literally sawing your own dick and balls off with a with a hacksaw, I don't know, made you live 1,000 years and prevented all fucking disease, How many people would saw off their own dick and balls with a fucking hacksaw? Like if drugs came out that did the same thing, make you live 1,000 years and prevented all diseases, would you be saying, no, just saw your dick and balls off with a hacksaw? It's better. Like, why would you do that? Even if it didn't have any downsides, like, I don't know, somebody didn't care about having sex or something, like, people just aren't going to do it because it's fucking uncomfortable. Like, so the issue is adherence. Like, this guy does not understand any fucking nuance when it comes to fucking adherence.
Tirzepatide, and I'm not just talking tirzepatide, Ozempic, Retta, all of these drugs of which you have to be careful with. But remember, you can get GLPs at AlgoRx, but remember, do so with the advice and consent from your doctor. And be aware that many of these drugs do have negative side effects, nausea, changes in mood, and so you have to be careful.
It gives you near total control of your appetite.
And so it gives you total control of your appetite. I do believe that this is somewhat true. It's going to reduce the food noise. Mike has admitted himself that he's taking 7.5 milligrams per week. That is not a very low dose. But have anyone actually examined his diet? He's having cheesy puff protein balls for supper in the evening. He's consuming 4 pure...
So again, this is an adherence issue. The guy's a fucktard. He's not able to stick to your fucking cookbook, dude. Not everybody likes your fucking cookbook, okay? Some people want to eat fucking cheesy puffs. And for somebody like Mike, he needs tirzepatide, all right? And that's a pretty high dose. That should tell you this guy's hunger signaling is kind of fucked and abnormal, and he's just prone to obesity.
Pure protein bars in a single meal, and 2 of his meals have 5 slices of bread just stacked up. And we've seen Mike Israetel famously known for having cereal and Gatorade. And so Mike arguably has the worst bodybuilding diet in the world, but yet he's still on these drugs. And so proof, just because you're on these drugs doesn't mean you're going to be having a great diet.
It makes fat loss a completely different animal with it than without it, because you have near total control of your appetite.
It's funny he mentions...
Like, what sense does that make? Who made the argument that if you go on tirzepatide, your diet is going to be perfect or better? The argument is it lowers your fucking food cravings. So it does help you lose weight, period, no matter what you're fucking eating. But again, if you have an interest in sticking to a healthier diet, it'll make it fucking easier because it eliminates those fucking food cravings. Greg just strawmans this and says, oh, but tirzepatide won't improve your diet. That's not the argument being made. This guy is just a straw man fucking machine.
It's about total control, but because isn't Mike the one that said he has more willpower than almost anybody?
I'm both on a raw
Yep, Mike Israetel's a lying fraud. We all know that.
IQ scale smarter.
You're one to talk, though, Greg.
Almost every coach, maybe every coach.
As he's explaining these things, doesn't it seem like Mike is using every drug possible in order to get his physique to a certain level, in order to sell you programs, but yet talks about Coach Greg as being a bad person that doesn't have supplements that work?
Greg Doucette, who is a two-faced, lying sociopath sucker.
Okay, so if your supplements work, show us the before and after photos of people taking your fucking Turk Builder supplement, right? Show us the randomized controlled trials on your turkesterone supplement. Huh? Can you do that? Are you able to? Oh, so on what basis are you saying your supplements work, huh? So there's no human randomized trials on fucking Turk Builder. I think there are reviews that have photos, but like nobody shows any before and after. Oh yeah, this guy's getting jacked on Turk, right? Yeah, that motherfucker. Are some of these like fucking botted? Strongly believe that Turk Builder Max, GO2 Max, and G-Test are the best supplements on the planet. No before and after. Why does it say 2 of 2? What? I don't understand. This is not the same person. This is an Indian guy. This is in the same review, by the way. Or wait, no, that's the same page. His website works fucking weird. I felt the difference immediately. I got a better pump. Vimeo is hosting this? Okay, so still these guys look good, but I'm pretty sure they looked good before they started using Turk. Still no before and afters. Like I'm not seeing any before and after photos. Definitely can feel a difference. Oh right, like placebo effect. Still not like no before and afters. Right, yeah. It's just baffling. And again, they're like, Will Tennyson took Turk Builder. Hussein Farhat is part owner in that fucking HTLT supplement company. None of these people are making any fucking gains taking Turk Builder. Neither of them have benched over 400 pounds. If anything, like, you see periods where they regress, probably just because they're not training. So if Turk worked, why hasn't Will Tennyson benched 405? Why does he look the fucking same? Why does Hussein Farhat look the fucking same? So my supplements work, but there's literally no research supporting it, and everyone who takes it looks the fucking same on it. Okay.
If I see him in real
and they're
life,
not getting
I
any
might
stronger.
take something from him. Medical science can't give him back.
Does Mike's program work? Renaissance periodation. Or do you just take a lot of drugs and train in any way that you want and sell more programs? Because, you know, people want to look like Mr. Mike.
Tirzepatide exerts powerful.
I think I'm gonna make a response video to that video soon. What a fucking lying dipshit. I fucking can't stand Greg, dude. Just pisses me off like you can't fucking believe. Jesus Christ.
Johnny Somali, aka Ramzi Khalid Ismail, is having a messy breakup with his top Korean ally, and this could end up with more legal trouble for Somali in Korea. We're going to get into this today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and we're tracking from beginning to end the Johnny Somali trial as we come to the sentencing here and the repercussions for Ramzi Khalid Ismail in South Korea. So today we're going to be talking about his relationship with his top ally, Hank Yu. Now, we've talked about Hank in the past, and those following this know who Hank is, but just as a little reminder, Hank Yu has been there since the beginning of Somali's antics in Korea and was indeed there with him committing many of these, incidents on the streets of Korea, as you can see here.
Yo, do you guys want to be on stream? Oh, that's you're streaming. You want to be on it? No? Well, fuck you, bitch. Hey, let's go.
And once again, we can also see that, harassment doesn't have to be physical. It doesn't have to be something where you put your hands on somebody. This is definitely them going around harassing and being part of this tag team there in Hongdae in South Korea. Let's watch a little bit more.
Let's go then.
Oh my God!
You guys want to be on stream? No? Yo, you guys want to be on stream? What's up? Yeah, fuck you.
No,
Involved. He's clearly
These people are fucking annoying assholes.
been part of this tag team duo with Somali since he got there in Korea. In many instances with police, they were only navigated because Hank was part of the picture. If Hank was not there, he would not have gotten out of those situations. Now, for those that don't know Hank's background, Hank had a lot of legal troubles in America and was actually removed from America based on some federal criminal charges placed against him. You can see here an article, man known as the Asian Nazi facing federal charges of illegal gun purchases. An East Texas man, that's Hank Yu right there, with a penchant for dressing as a Confederate soldier and singing Dixie online, now faces multiple federal charges related to illegal gun purchases. And this resulted in his imprisonment, as well as him getting his green card revoked, getting kicked out of the United States. So now he can no longer go back to the U.S. That's off the table for him. And that's absolutely something that was devastating for Hank. And one thing is that when he came to Korea, and this is getting my opening statements, Johnny Somali, aka Ramzi Khalid Ismail, wouldn't have survived without Hank Yu. It was entirely due to his support. And Ramzi borrowed a lot of money from Hank. Let's hear it from Hank himself as we look at an interview with the K-Town Social Club podcast.
You know, this Johnny Somali thing, we did that interview with you in December.
Yeah.
That whole incident where getting jumped and all that, that was what, like September or October of last year?
October.
It's been almost a year, right?
Right.
So in the past, in all this period of time, you're basically Johnny's savior. You're like his, people say you're like his sugar daddy, you know? So it's,
and that's not a false application. He literally was doing everything for him, providing food, providing legal support, some place to stay, staying with Hank, along with Hank in his apartment, right? Literally everything. He would not have any connections, be able to navigate without Hank at all whatsoever.
It's kind of like,
it was, yeah.
You know, how
why
much
he was even doing
have
that.
you personally spent thus far helping and supporting your friend? I mean, it must be a lot of money. Like, how much have you spent so far?
I'm not sure, but I don't buy him alcohol. I mean, I've never bought him alcohol.
Which is a very interesting thing because obviously Johnny was getting that money for alcohol somewhere because he was pretty much constantly drunk. And one of the repeating themes with Johnny Somali was he would get very drunk and then go out and do stupid stuff, kind of crash out, do these streams where he'd be committing crimes. And he even did this during the pendency of the trial, before his first trial. Before the trial date, he got extremely drunk, went out, had a crazy, wild, drunk night, did many things he could have been charged with, although those charges have not come through yet. So there was definitely alcohol there getting into Johnny's system somehow.
I see.
Yeah.
You don't know how much you spent supporting Johnny. Would you say it's over 10,000 US dollars?
Including
legal fee, everything for Johnny.
Legal fees? Yes.
And because of extra money you had to pay because of the inconvenience of Johnny there, over 10,000? Over 20,000?
Close to it.
Close to $20,000. You're doing this for a friend.
So this was, and mind you, this was actually a year ago. So since then, we got news, and I have sources that have informed me of the actual amount, what it's closer to right now, and it is far over $20,000. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but it is an insane amount of money.
Who, before he even came to Korea, you didn't even know him personally, right?
No, I didn't.
Wow.
That's because helping him aligns with my own honor compass.
Do you think that if the situation was reversed, Johnny would do as much for you as you've done for him?
Probably not, but...
See, now Hank is very accurate there. He does know, as he kind of picks out, that Johnny is a, person of convenience. At least Hank spotted that. And I'm going to feel bad for Hank a little bit here because he went out and gave so much stuff to Johnny. And you're going to see exactly what Johnny says about him in return. So he went out there and did all of this for Johnny. And what does Johnny have to say about him? And this is something he said almost literally a couple months after this interview.
Did you see the Hank
That's what Johnny has to say about Hank Yu. He's there trash talking him, he's there smack talking him, despite the fact he lent him so much money. But it's now come time to collect. Things have changed and the situation has changed. It has been way longer in Korea than Hank or Johnny expected for him to be staying there, getting money, getting legal fees. And this case has gone on far longer than he thought it would. Everybody on the Somali side, and Hank, Johnny's Discord, they were all thinking, hey, he's going to be going home. He's going to be heading to the airport. This is going to be not a thing. They were all in absolute denial about the seriousness seriousness of this. But as we reported, and as all the people that were competent with Johnny Somali coverage reported, this was indeed very serious, and this is not something they were just going to wave off and let him get away with. And now that this is done, Hank is actually looking to collect his money. Johnny Somali took so much money from him, and listen, even friendship, even something he was doing as a friendship for his principles, for quote unquote defending free speech, has a price. In fact, there's a very good quote from that exact same podcast, the K-Town Social Club, where Hank explains that really, truly, everything does have a price.
He paid me, like, he gave me extra food for, like, massaging his back and shit.
So you've done a lot of things in providing physical pleasure for men.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Massaging,
This guy
letting
seems
guys grope you.
Hey,
What else have you done?
everyone has a price.
Right. There you go. And apparently for Hank Yu, even his loyalty, friendship, etc., it's got a price too, right? He learned this behavior in jail, and he's continuing this behavior over on with Johnny Somali. Now, he's trying to collect, but make sure you guys, if you haven't collected it already, collect your cabbage plushies. They absolutely are adorable. They're still on sale. You can get them in the pinned comment or in the description below. Make sure you catch that right now. But let's get into exactly what's going on here with the breakdown and the collection by Hank against Johnny Somali. So in this is a quote from their Discord, and I censored some of the words here, but you can see the Discord is grilling Hank Yu, and this just went down this month, saying, hey, this is conversation in the Discord. Hey, Hank, you are a B, letting a Somalian midget get over on you. You realize how fake you are? Change your bio to the fakest Korean. Hanky Poo knows it's the truth. How's it feel scared of Ramsey? Hanky Poo's always scared. You're not visiting Ramsey when locked up anymore? Spent 20 to 30,000 on Ramsey. No, actually, and we're going to get into that, the number is much higher. Tell Hanky Poo. Well, Hank got enraged by this, and Hank is actually kind of speaking out, and we got those text messages disclosed to us here. So you see in his handle over here, Patronus N4828 on Telegram, he's in this conversation talking about Ramsey, and it goes like this. Hank says, I have zero obligation to talk to you. I need to take care of a lot of S. And F Ramsey, I don't give an F anymore. He goes to prison over this shit. That's on him. None of my business. And then people respond to him because he said it in that podcast. So much for your honor code, but all right. And Hank responds, well, he's the one who betrayed it, so I don't really care anymore. And then the question is asked, how do you mean? So you gave up on him? And Hank says, yeah, and more. You don't have to know the rest. In time, everything will be clear. They ask, in what sense? In time, everything will be clear. Why? That's all I'm going to say for now. Until then, no one will know S. He goes on to ask, this is the one choice you can make right now to turn your life around and get the internet off your back for good. And by the way, I would agree with that. If Hank actually goes through with pursuing action against Somali, I think that would clean him up, and that would get a lot of this off his back, although he still is liable for what he did and responsible for his actions. So Hank responds, you don't have the full story of what I did to Ramsey legally recently. Do you really want to know? And so going beyond that, what we have in our information so far is that he is actually preparing to sue Ramsey civilly to recover that money, which is up to $50,000. That's the general estimate that we're getting from multiple sources, about $50K that Ramsey took from Hank. And that
I don't know why you'd give that fucktard $50,000. That's just crazy.
Johnny Somali obviously needs to pay back to him, and he wants to get back from him. And he may indeed, whether he has that money in a bank account or he has that money in the cash that he put in that big backpack that he brought to court, who knows? But this is something he's musing over. So let's look at my judgment here. So Hank has this opportunity to sue Somali in civil court in Korea. And if Hank decides to sue Somali, he will be unable to leave Korea during the civil trial. And that's absolutely massive. Somali lied to everyone, his audience, the police, the judge, and even his former friend Hank. And Hank has said, by the way, that he would sue just about anybody.
So you sue a lot of people, don't you?
I sue a lot of... If anyone with my life, liberty, or property, they're getting sued.
Okay.
So let's leave it at that. Hank has said anybody messes with my life, liberty, or property, they're getting sued. Let's see, Hank, do you go ahead and press this against Johnny Somali and keep him in Korea even longer? Because, by the way, if he sues, Johnny Somali is going to have to stay there until that trial is concluded. So that'll be even longer Johnny is stuck in Korea, and thus he'd have a massive incentive to pay up. But let's see what happens to Hank. I want to know what you guys think in the...
Dude, that is good news.
South Korea, Chang and Kim, and he runs Krafton, the company behind PUBG, the game where you parachute onto an island butt naked and beat a stranger to death with a frying pan like it's a Tuesday in Florida. And this man is on Slack at some ungodly hour having what can only be described as a rich person meltdown. He's telling his colleagues he feels dragged around. He's calling a contract he signed a pushover deal because a few years back he bought a little game studio called Unknown Worlds, the makers of Subnautica, and he promised the founders $250 million if their next game hits certain targets. And at the time, he thought there was no way in hell it would hit those targets. Subnautica 2 ends up topping Steam wishlists, and internal projections have it destroying every target, and Kim is like, oh shit, I might actually have to pay these people. But then he's like, wait, it's the 21st century, I have fucking artificial intelligence now. I'm not gonna pay these nerds $250 million for a fish game. So he closes Slack, he opens ChatGPT, and types, how do I get out of this deal? Now, to its credit, the bot initially says it would be difficult to cancel, which is the same thing his lawyer and his head of corporate development, Maria Park, told him. But Kim is a CEO. He's not the kind of guy who takes no for an answer. So he starts shifting the language around, sitting there at his computer, rephrasing the same question over and over, prompt engineering his way out of a contract like he's building G-Stack for fraud. Or wait, is that already what G-Stack is? I don't know. Anyway, the bot eventually caves, because that's what these things do, and hands him a full corporate takeover playbook. And this man follows every step like it's an IKEA manual for screwing people. He fires the founder, he seizes the game, he locks them out of their own publishing platform. He even posts a letter to the Subnautica fan base that ChatGPT ghost wrote for him, and Reddit fucking explodes because the letter reads like a ransom note that went through Grammarly. The dudes rightfully sue, and a Delaware judge throws out literally everything he did and reinstates every person he fired. His deleted ChatGPT logs, which he thought he deleted because he looked at a web app and thought the delete button actually deletes things, those logs were resurrected from the digital afterlife and submitted to court as evidence. Now we'll come back to our CEO friend in a second, because a few days ago, a reporter at Inc. magazine published what he apparently believes is a breakthrough in artificial intelligence. He wrote a whole article about how to get your bot to give you honest business advice. And his method, the thing he is presenting to the world as a contribution to human knowledge, is to type the words, "be brutally honest" at the end of your prompt. He basically built a disapproving father figure in a chat window. And for good measure, he fed it 2 Harvard Business School articles like he was tucking a diploma into its shirt pocket. He's like, there you go, little buddy, you went to Harvard now. So he tests this by pitching it the dumbest idea he can think of, which is leadership coaching for dogs. Like teaching your Labradoodle to delegate, or helping your pug develop a growth mindset. Which, have you seen a pug? That thing does not have a mindset. And you're sitting there like, okay, this needs to come back a 0. If this thing works, leadership coaching for dogs is a 0. The bot gives it a 3 out of 10, and this man, this professional journalist whose entire function in society is to question things, looks at that number and goes, hell yeah, my system is working. He then pitches it his actual idea, which is a little AI turret that sits on your kitchen counter and sprays your cat with water if it tries to climb up. Basically a Roomba that bullies animals. He built the Iron Dome for cats. The bot gives it a 7.5 and says the competitive landscape is notably weak. And this dude is like, holy shit, 7.5, let's fucking go. This bot tells no lies. So yeah, this man is probably out there right now pitching an AI super soaker that bullies your cat to VCs. Gary Tan is probably even leading the round. So what do Chang and Kim and the cat squirter have in common? They've both been absolutely bamboozled into thinking the bot knows what it's talking about when it doesn't have the slightest clue. And researchers just proved this with 30,000 data points. They tested every major bot, including GPT-5, Claude, and Gemini, on actual strategic business decisions. Questions like, should you differentiate or commoditize? Should you centralize or decentralize? Should you automate or augment? And every bot gave the same answer every single time. They clustered around a certain set of advice regardless of the context. They always preferred differentiation, collaboration, long-term thinking, and augmentation. The researchers looked at this and were stunned. They're like, surely AI isn't this simple. So they changed the prompts, they changed the industries, they gave it all new context. They even tried bribing the damn thing with rewards. Nothing worked. The bias barely moved. They were moved, however, to coin a term for this, which is trend slop. And honestly, that's a word we need in our corporate lexicon immediately. Boss, I'm sorry to say, but your Q3 OKRs have tested positive for trend slop. But the term is even deeper than even the researchers anticipated. AI is pitched as artificial intelligence when really it's the internet comments section taking flesh. The comments section has literally risen. Imagine you took every Reddit thread, and I mean every single one, every LinkedIn post, including the ones from people who are open to work, every Medium article written by a guy with 11 subscribers, every Substack essay, every TED Talk, every half-literate Facebook comment, and you threw it all into a blender, and you poured it into a suit and gave it a microphone. Welcome to AI. Do you get it now? That's what your CEO is using to decide whether you have a job tomorrow. You could ask a bot with its guard down why torturing babies is good for society, and it would produce the most peer-reviewed sounding argument you've ever heard. And you'd be sitting there like, damn, it's making some good points. It's not so much a thinking product as it is a presentation product. And look, this isn't me being cynical. This is me explaining to you how AI works so you understand how to use it properly. Like the researchers, if you just ask the AI for its own opinion, you'll get average out. You'll get that sort of clustered advice that's useless. What you can do is use it as the, and I'm sorry to say, the glorified search engine presentation layer that it is. You can ask things instead like, in the perspective of Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, what would he think of my idea? And if, and only if, the internet has enough useful context on this person's philosophy, you might get something useful. But if not, it'll still take like a meme and 2 Substack comments and presents it like it's this person's authorized biography. The people who will fare well in this era are the ones who use AI for ideas and perspective and not drive-through consulting. We thought AI was going to make everyone a genius. What it's actually doing is taking the smartest people in the room and moving them toward the middle. It makes average sound like genius, and it's really quite dangerous because a bad idea that sounds
That CEO is probably just stupid to fucking begin with. Like, my god. He seemed desperate too. Like, he probably just really wanted to get out of paying $250,000. So, yeah. You'd have to be stupid to begin with to use AI for, like, actual advice.
Well, it seems at least one thing hasn't went great for Big Jeffrey. Amazon has just announced that to better serve their players, that's a quote, on their Luna game streaming service, they are now going to turn off the ability to buy or stream your own games. And for those left with unplayable libraries, there would be no refunds. Doesn't really sound great, does it? You see, 4 years ago, Amazon wanted to offer you the future for gaming. A way to bypass the need for a console, but without hurting game ownership. Ownership in air quotes, because licenses. But hell, they even got the likes of GOG on board, letting people access PC gaming without ever needing a PC. Sounds fairly nifty, but now they've shown us the cost. And that is that when you don't own your own hardware, you are just waiting for the people in control to hit the kill switch and to leave you with a library of games that you cannot play. And this is not just a little story about how, oh, you'll own nothing and you'll like it. This is actually something far worse, that you can actually own your games, air quotes own, and just be left with no way to play them. So let's get stuck in. Now, if your response to this video was, wait, what? Amazon has a game streaming service? Yeah, actually. It started in 2020, where Luna launched in beta as a streaming subscription service. Basically, Amazon Prime Video, but for a library of video games and with a similar channel-based model. So you would pay for a channel, say the Ubisoft channel, just like you'd buy your Paramount Plus. It even had its own controller. You could play through any screen. It was on tablets. It was on smart TVs, and like most Amazon things, it was fine. It worked. It was relatively cheap, and over the next 5 years, it came to many, many different countries. But in 2022, they took away the beta. The service launched fully, and with that, they did something new. So, aping one of their competitors, GeForce Now, they would let you play your own video games through their service if you had the right accounts be linked up. But of course, Amazon's strengths don't stop there. They are good at stores, they know about leverage, they know about scale, so they went further. And they used that scale to cut deals and to build custom integrations. And that meant that on Luna, you could play your existing Ubisoft game, or you could actually buy new games from Luna itself. So you could get ownership of games, asterisk, license to play a game, that is independent of needing expensive hardware. And by 2024, the ownership angle had actually gotten stronger, like actually stronger, because it was in the form of a GOG store right from the Luna service that is still DRM free. You could buy Cyberpunk, own Cyberpunk, and play Cyberpunk even if your PC could not meet the recommended specs. And of course, because it's on GOG, no DRM bullshit. Like, that's actually a case where you basically do own the game. And when we think about the strategic optics here, it was them partnering with the ownership and preservation focused gaming storefront. It felt like an actual statement, and in many ways, it would solve the temporary nature of subscription services by selling customers on the idea of building up a permanent game library. But as it turns out, the idea was only as permanent as the interests of Amazon's executives, which, as we're about to find out, have been rather fleeting. So this got caught up in the big macro story, which is Amazon getting out of games. They've been getting out of games for the last 6 months, and the first thing they got out of was development, where in October, one of their biggest successes, New World, saw most of its staff laid off, and a new MMO that was in development had its development ended. They sold off an in-development Dieselpunk MOBA to Ubisoft, they pulled out of publishing a driving game from ex-Forza leadership, but it still seemed like Luna was safe. And that's because Twitch Prime and Prime Gaming were rebranded under Luna. But it really was just a rebranding, it did not change that much. Players could still get games and codes for GOG or the Epic Games Store. Your Amazon Prime subscription would now give you access to Luna streaming by default, which basically meant it looked like Amazon was putting all of their eggs in the Luna basket and having that basket be tied to Amazon Prime. But it now turns out we really overestimated how big that basket was. Now, this was first flagged up through emails that were sent to subscribers. And what has happened is that Amazon has announced that as of April 10th, they've come up with, quote, a better way to serve their players. So obviously, this is a good news story, right? Well, their better way to serve players is having Luna stop offering access to third-party subscriptions, individual purchases, or stores to buy them from. That means the GOG store, the Ubisoft store, all those things would be discontinued from Luna, and the streaming library of rotating AAA and indie games, plus cloud games like the Gen AI-powered Snoop Dogg courtroom game. Good news is, that would stay, so you can still have your Snoop slop. Oh, so very generous of them, but I haven't actually got to the real bad news yet, and that is that by June 10th, you're not going to be able to play the games you previously purchased. That's quite the problem. Basically, you'll no longer be able to stream games from those accounts even if you bought the games through Luna. Even your save data on the platform only gets to exist for 90 days after June 10th. And while you can download it, Amazon makes no guarantees about your save data working. What they can guarantee, though, is that you'll get no refunds for any of it. Why are there no refunds? Well, because in paper, these games are still playable. You can still run your Ubisoft or GOG games through another platform. You know, the other platform that you probably don't have because that's why you're playing on Luna in the first place. So that's pretty bad, but hey, it's a great thing that PC gaming is so very financially accessible right now. Yeah, this one's quite bad. Here's a quote from Amazon. Until now.
That's kind of crazy. That doesn't even sound legal. So their way around this is saying you own the license, so...
I must interrupt this stream to let you know that Joey has become cuter. I don't have a video right now to prove it. But I think you can trust me after all this time. Give Gummy a large kiss on his cheek for me.
Yes, I trust you. You have been very trustworthy in that regard for some time. Thanks for the donation, though, thou. I will give Gummy a kiss on his cheek when we go to bed tonight. Okay, we'll see if the shit works. I, put in a newer version of the, thing that I was using. Guess we'll try installing a mod. Why not? Invisible body armor. Still probably gonna open in the wrong fucking window. I don't know why this game in particular does that. It's pretty weird. Yeah, there it goes. Wrong window. Seems to be working. It's compiling shaders right now. Why in the fuck... like, just periodically, it opens in the wrong screen. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Bizarre. Have no idea. Okay, that's all good. I don't know if, okay. Jacket. Teenager. FBI. Okay, the FBI costume's the sexy one. The nice bum. Alright. Well, that's the one we're gonna be going with. There we go. Oh wait, did I forget to... I think I might have forgot to install the double enemies mod. They have a double enemy mod. Anyway, we got sexy Grace, that's what really matters. Hell yeah. It's a nice bum bum. I like a good bum bum.
Once I go down, there's no getting back up. Oh.
Girls' butts drive me nuts.
locked. Override. Required for reactivation.
Oh yeah, today is 420. This is a fucking sick costume. I think there's one to give her... Who's the black chick from RE5? I can give her sexy Shiva costumes too. Yeah, it snowed here recently. Or this morning, I mean. It's pretty fucking retarded.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Kind of forgot the controls. Bottle. There's another one there. Shit. She doesn't have the Requiem, right? Yeah, no. What's the code for the safes? There we go. He has a lumpy butt. Oh god. Oh god. I have to take a shit. I gotta take a shit really bad. I'll be right back. I gotta take a shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll be right back. Holy hell. That was a big shit. Would you like another Metal Gear Rising Revengeance game, but with Gray Fox? Well, that could make sense. Like, it would be a prequel story. Because when did Gray Fox die? That was Metal Gear Solid 1, wasn't it? So, you know, it's an idea. Another game like that would be fun. Okay. Did it stretch out my anus? I mean, your butthole does have to open up. Like, take a shit. I don't think it, like, permanently stretched out my ass. Not that crazy. Code Brown. You know, the Japanese have the right idea with sexy girl butts. I don't know why, actually discard that shit. Yeah, it is a good mod. I gotta take a look at some of the Sheva costume mods. Some of those are pretty sexy. Oh. It's like the other key in the other spot. Yeah, big thanks to everybody who made this mod. I just love girls' asses, dude. I've always loved girls' asses. I remember when I was a little kid, I even just loved girls' asses. Just wanted to fucking sniff them and touch them and everything. They're just fucking great.
Alright. I'm not dead yet.
Oh, is it even... Oh my god. Is it all the way back at the beginning? Oh, hey. Yeah, I still follow Tufano. She has the craziest ass I've ever seen. It's literally like a horse's ass.
All right, Leon. Be careful. I need to get going too. Nice.
Alright.
Threat level red in storage sector. Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
Oh no.
Grace has a butt. I think there's still more of them. Fucking asshole. Yay. I can make so much acid.
AI Control Center. NOAA. Reboot failure. No response. Containment protocol inactive. Containment protocol inactive.
This is it. I did it.
Do I need 2 orbs or 1 orb? Can't remember. Yeah, I've known people who've used acid. Never used it personally. Are you not able to go through there? Is that like a Leon specific thing? Yeah, I need 1 more orb. Where's... Did I fuck up? Is there like another orb somewhere? Or another key reader that I can use? I can't remember how I did this. Yeah, weren't the 2 orbs back here? Am I like retarded? Like, it looks like I should be able to go through here. So what's the fucking problem? Yeah, is that just like a Leon specific thing? I don't know, maybe I'm... Other side? Okay. Yeah, the guy who made this mod made her ass just perfect. No, I've never tried heroin. Alrighty.
Gotta find more ammo.
Dumb zombies. Their weird, gross, lumpy butts. I think I'm out of bottles. Yeah. Yeah, this is the way. Wait, is this... no.
Something important. I'll explain later. Shutting yourself away in a dark room like this is quite the change for you, after the life you've led.
Life takes unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the
I heard
natural
Cocaine Bear
order?
sucked, so I never saw it.
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth. But a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Why would Mom hide this?
yeah, we still gotta fight Hunk, right?
You alright, Leon?
I am now. Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this. You just send us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
What the fuck is wrong with my volume wheel? Jeez.
Containment breach. System-wide surveillance failure detected.
Over there. Easy as pie.
No, nice try.
Oh, shit.
Grenade.
You've got to be kidding me.
Jazz.
Yeah, no, just in case. I think I preferred the whatchamacall. Yeah, the Uzi.
Security threat.
You're a shell of your past self. Why did you run away from your life and leave everyone and your whole family behind? All the animals. You're nobody now.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, dude. All I know is that I love Pat and I'm gonna pet Pat. And Gummy. And a pet Gummy too.
Eat this.
You used to have a big family with all the animals and that thing. Now you're single and lonely. It's as if they all died in a car crash or something. You look so sad and lonely. What happened to you, man?
I'm not single and I'm not lonely, but thanks for the donation, 21st. You're still a jackass.
I'll take out as many fuckers as I can.
God damn it, what the fuck? Why didn't it parry? Am I pressing the right button? Okay, yeah, there's a delay. I think you have to, like, anticipate parrying.
Is Pat worried about how easily you abandoned your entire family last time around? I don't mean your parents or whatever, I mean all the animals and the non-binary thing. It sets a bad image / precedent, doesn't it? Pat should be concerned about that.
No, she's not concerned. Thanks for the donation, dude. I never said I was going to watch a true crime documentary.
Aren't you just going to leave Pat with all the animals you decide to adopt with her, just like you did last time? All the animals and your marriage, you agreed to adopt animals and you abandoned them so easily. There we go. Shit, what the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Warning,
Wait for
autoclave compromised.
I'm pretty sure I have a higher approval rating among your viewers than you do. Nigga. This is my show, bitch.
Pod lockdown.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, 21st.
Memory corrupt. Self-repair functionality offline. Aerosol monitor warning. Pod lockdown unavailable.
Let's get this over with.
The elevator will arrive shortly. The elevator has arrived.
Almost sure.
Nothing like a good cherry Sprite Zero.
Not done yet.
I like RE9 more than Battletoads. Battletoads is kind of cracked. Grace's butt.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope? Or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others.
99th Street Vegan.
I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview?
Yeah, I'm gonna get my shampoo tomorrow. We'll get up early and get it.
Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she
perfectly normal? Just an
Dude, it's gonna
average
fucking
child.
snow again. What the fuck is this? Oh my god.
Is my hope.
Just crazy.
Aren't you beautiful? Would you?
The winter like never ends.
Oh, okay. She's adorable. What's her name?
Grace.
Grace. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem for those who have passed.
Leon. Leon.
He's throwing up his cherry Kool-Aid.
Oh, I need to hurry.
That is such a wonderful bum. Look at that bum. I really appreciate a good derriere. What a nice, lovely bum.
This is finally my chance to do something.
Yeah, I've heard Sphere is getting more popular. Fucking insane.
You are sick, Richard. Abandon all your animals, you.
Yeah, we're not playing that game. That is a nice butt.
Oh, Leon!
Butt.
Leon! Oh, hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh, please wake up. Come on. Wake up, wake up. Hey.
Hey. I was just resting my eyes.
You're okay. Oh, let me help you.
Let's do this.
Okay. I don't know the password.
It's okay. Soon left it wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Opus.
Let's try.
Grace, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No. No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
So, the prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
Only if you let Leon live.
Very well.
I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt.
I'm gonna destroy Elvis. You promise you'll end this.
This is it.
Oh wait, is that the wrong one? Or is that the right one?
What did you do?
What I had to.
Grace, get out of here! Go! Right behind you!
Leon! What are you doing? Come on!
I chose the wrong one.
Leon!
I'm such an idiot. Hey, your butt looks good.
At least I could save you.
No!
What a nice derriere.
I wish I could have saved you, Leon.
I didn't. Oops. Let's take a quick look at some of the mods again. I think a lot of them are nudes, so I have to like fucking do it off screen. I know I forgot to do the double enemy mod. Wait, let me search through most popular. Some of these are pretty fucking sexy. It's a schoolgirl costume for Grace, with like no panties.
Paul Saladino nonsense.
sure this will be nice and retired.
I am a 2-year carnivore. My scalp psoriasis completely went away within the first few weeks. My restless leg syndrome went away within the first month. My acne-prone skin completely cleared up within a week. And it only took a few months to get rid of my brain fog and completely get rid of the horrible period pain that would make me unable to work and leave me on the floor crawling in pain.
It's so cool.
Yeah, it's crazy how vegetables will do all that to you. How are they still legal? Just fucking retarded.
To think that autoimmune diseases...
Like, by the way, he doesn't even follow a carnivore diet.
She had multiple autoimmune conditions, acne, painful periods. A lot of these things that we think of as incurable in Western medicine are being fixed by people who are making intentional dietary changes. I don't think everybody needs to do this. I think vegetables can be a healthy food for people if they don't trigger immune conditions. And they're certainly better.
Oh, what a change. We've gone from... vegetables kill people. Plants are literally trying to kill you. They evolved to murder you. To, oh yeah, if you're not allergic, vegetables are good for you. Weird. Slowly becoming less retarded.
Than processed food. But for some people, intentional eating, animal-based, carnivore, these things can be very powerful for fixing diseases that are not otherwise being addressed by the Western medical system, despite our best efforts. And look, this is not a randomized controlled trial, but how can we invalidate hundreds, if not thousands, of lived human experiences that are similar to...
Yeah, it's called anecdotes, dumbass. You'll also find people who say they saw ghosts. Does that mean ghosts are real?
Hers, where, including myself, cutting out foods that many people think of as healthy, whole grains, in my case, a lot of vegetables, lead to resolution of previously incurable, despite many medications, autoimmune diseases and better quality of life. I know many of you in the audience have had positive experiences with animal-based diets and carnivore diets, and I hope you will share those experiences in the comments.
I am a
What a fucking retard.
An animal-based diet contains saturated fat. Should I be worried about my cholesterol?
The response to this question depends how metabolically healthy you are. Multiple studies.
No, it doesn't depend. ApoB is the primary risk factor for congestive heart disease. So the higher your ApoB, regardless of other risk scores, the more likely you are to develop atherosclerosis. And by the way, like by metabolically healthy, he's talking about like insulin sensitivity and shit. The reason a lack of insulin sensitivity and type 2 diabetes or prediabetes, the reason it's associated with higher risk of heart disease is because of how it affects your serum lipid score. It increases the amount of ApoB containing particles there are in your serum. So that's why it increases risk.
Show in people that are metabolically healthy that the relationship between cholesterol and cardiovascular disease is massively attenuated or not even present. There's actually
Nope, not true. People without diabetes, who are normal weight, exercise, don't smoke, drink, all that, who have high cholesterol, have higher, like considerably higher rates of heart disease. So that's just bullshit.
Actually, a recent study done with coronary artery calcium scores.
Oh my God. Yeah, so coronary artery calcium is not... that doesn't actually tell you the absolute burden of plaque, and it also doesn't give you a prediction for actual cardiovascular events.
And in those people that had a coronary artery calcium score of 0, there was no connection, no relationship between levels of LDL cholesterol and cardiovascular disease.
He's making up terms now. So half the people who have a coronary artery calcium score of 0 go on to have a heart attack. It doesn't show you the actual burden of atherosclerosis. It only shows calcified plaques. There's calcified plaques and there's soft plaques. CAC, coronary artery calcium score, it's in the name, only looks at calcified plaques. Also, yeah, you wouldn't expect LDL to predict a CAC score. Because, again, calcified, calcified, there's calcified and non-calcified plaques. So...
So often when you go to a doctor, they just look at your cholesterol, but they don't ask you what your fasting insulin is. They don't ask you how metabolically healthy you are. They don't even look at your fasting blood glucose. They just want to get your cholesterol down no matter what.
Fasting blood glucose isn't really a great measure. You really want to look at HbA1c. There's a lot of different reasons for why. You may or may not have like elevated fasting glucose. Like, if you have to take a walk up a big flight of stairs before you get a fasting glucose test, your glucose is going to come back elevated. There's a lot of things that can elevate fasting glucose. There's actually a recent study on soccer players. Their fasting glucose, it was technically fasted, was super high. It was in the diabetic range when they're actually playing soccer.
What? And I think this is just an incomplete story. In metabolically healthy individuals, a slight rise in your cholesterol because you're eating more saturated fat and less seed oils, I don't think there's a shred of evidence in the medical literature to suggest that's going to increase your rate of cardiovascular.
Oh, you mean aside from randomized trials? Oh, okay. The gold standard for research, I guess, just doesn't do it for him. All right. I guess trust me, bro. Some random bitch who uploaded a TikTok video, that just says it all, right? Fucking idiot.
This is how closing the windows in your house might actually be harmful for you.
We're still technically in the shade here. I'll take a measurement now. Reading 20 microwatts per centimeter squared, 9x in infrared intensity, but that goes across the board.
And you can feel it. It's warmer right here. I'm going to get more infrared if I sit outside in the shade. I'm still getting some infrared, even indoors with the big window open. What if I close all the windows? What happens to the infrared then?
Most likely, it's going to be blocked.
Let's test it.
Infrared light exposure has gone down a lot. 0.8 microwatts per centimeter squared. So it's like a 3x reduction. But the visible, the blue light is still the same. So that ratio is shifted, which is...
What the fuck is he doing? Does he know what infrared is? It's heat. He lives in fucking Costa Rica. No shit, there's gonna be more infrared outside where you don't have fucking air conditioning and there's sun and humidity. Like, what does any of this matter?
A problem. Low emissivity or low E windows is the norm now because it's more energy efficient, will regulate temperature better, but that's stripping away the infrared light from our indoor environments, which we're already spending not enough time outdoors.
93% of the time indoors. So you want infrared to balance the visible.
Buddy, turn off your air conditioning. You'll get plenty of infrared. Sit next to a fire. You'll get plenty of infrared. Leave your oven door open and like just have that heat waft out of the oven right onto you. There's your infrared. Like, what the fuck? Take a bath in warm water.
And that's probably how our bodies always sense it with being outdoors. When you have an imbalance between the visible and the infrared, problems happen.
Yeah, because that higher energy visible is strenuous on our cells. It's creating this oxidative response, which is good, wakefulness, but reactive oxygen species are generated, and that's where you need the infrared to come and clean that up.
So the infrared triggers melatonin production in the mitochondria, and that balances the visible.
Yep.
So basically, the goal is like, open the windows, guys.
Open it up.
Like, this is just such retarded nonsense. Like,
There's
it's
just
Frank Tufano level fucking gay retarded shit.
thinking out there that too much red meat equals cancer. What do you say to that?
This one is crazy. It's one of the most common misconceptions. Humans have been eating.
Oh my god. So he'll link prospective cohorts where they find, I don't know, vegans have higher instances of like fucking cognitive disease or something. But then when there's prospective cohorts linking red meat to cancer, oh, it's made up bullshit. Like, by the way, the same research, the same type of research found the link between cigarettes and lung cancer. So if this type of research can find a link between cigarettes and lung cancer and heart disease and all these other problems, I don't know why it can't find a link between certain food choices and cancer. And by the way, there is extraordinarily strong mechanistic evidence, like, also supporting the idea that red meat causes cancer. Like, we actually know the exact mechanisms in which it does it.
meat from ruminant animals like deer or elk or antelope for hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah, so there you go. You have carcinogenic compounds in the red meat. What's the big one? NEU5GC. You're also cooking it in high heat, creating heterocyclic amines, which are cancer-causing, and there's a number of other compounds in red meat in particular that can increase cancer risk, like heme iron. It's a pro-oxidant. We know these things all trigger fucking cancer.
Years. If red meat was causing cancer, we would see a clear signal in these currently existing hunter-gatherer cultures of...
Oh, you mean the people who have an average life expectancy of 34?
Colon cancers. We don't see that at all.
Yeah, they die at like 34.
These hunter-gatherer cultures.
So notice how everyone he talks to is below the age of 34?
Vanishingly.
Notice how all those were very young people? Yeah, gee, I wonder what happens to them by the time they don't even get to middle age.
Cultures vanish.
So, like, look, you can find a bunch of teenagers smoking outside their fucking school. And if you test them, none of them will have lung cancer. None of them will have heart disease. And they're all smoking cigarettes outside their school. Does that mean cigarette smoking doesn't cause cancer? No, it just means you're looking at young, healthy fucking people where these diseases haven't fucking occurred yet.
Vanishingly rare. The second thing to consider is that the notion that red meat is associated with cancer comes from the IARC, the International Association for Research on Cancer, in a
No, that's not the only source. Like, what fucking sense does this make? This is like saying the only this idea that guns like kill people, that's just like the CIA. The CIA says that guns kill people. Like, I think there's a lot of other people who figured out that, like, if you shoot somebody with a gun, it'll kill them.
2015 decision. There were around 20 people on that panel. The majority of people on that panel were actually vegans and vegetarians. So there was some...
Gee, I wonder why they're vegans and vegetarians.
Bias. They made that decision based on over 400 studies, but only decided to include 14 in their decision. Of those 14, all of them are observations.
Did you know that the people who decided to make child rape illegal are all people who don't rape children? Did you know that? Does that make you, like, think for a second whether or not, like, we should ban child rape? Because, like, they might be biased or something, right?
They included no interventional studies. The majority of those
What do you mean interventional studies? What the fuck does he mean by that? So you're telling me we're supposed to, like, try to give people cancer in a fucking randomized trial? Like, there's no interventional studies with cigarette smoking and its association with lung cancer. So I guess cigarette smoking doesn't cause cancer, according to you? What's funny is you will find carnivore fucktards who will bite that bullet like Bart K.
14 studies show no association between red meat and cancer. So where...
Oh my god. Look at any large prospective cohort, nurses' health study, health professionals follow-up study, they all show a clear link.
Where in the world does the...
The only studies that don't show a link between red meat intake and cancer, they don't have a big enough gap between the lowest and highest consumers. That's it.
IARC come up with the crazy notion that red meat is associated with cancer.
There's just...
Like, by the way, this is also based on extremely strong mechanistic data, which he won't mention because he's a lying fuckwit. What a dumbass. Just a monumental fucking idiot, dude. That's a special kind of retard. Truly a special kind of retard. You know what? It's 2 a.m. We'll fuck around with some more RE tomorrow or something, I think. Ugh. Demonology youth enthusiast. Tony Tellers. People want you to have a cage match with this guy. He's on steroids.
Carnivore. C tier.
Let me see.
It's essentially the ultimate elimination
Steroid using fitness influencer mogged by Natty V.
diet. I actually quite like it. Most people are not going to be able to stick to it.
Vegan.
E tier. There's no healthy long-term vegans. It's pretty much.
Is 16 years not long term enough? This guy uses steroids? Wait, who the Oh, that's Negra. He's responding to this fucking idiot. I'm just gonna guess by the way his shirt fits that I kind of mog him. So, yeah, 16 years vegan. What? August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, and most of April. I've been on steroids for 9 months. So, I guess we debunked that.
Nonsense diet. You can't sustain that.
Vegan diet for sure is rated lower than a carnivore. Both are essentially elimination diets.
So why do I mog you?
That are not going to be sustainable long term. 2, 3, 4.
I'm on steroids and I still have more hair than this guy.
4 years, maybe, if you're supplementing a crap ton.
Who is he? I'm not terribly impressed by what I'm seeing. But who is that guy? Yeah, who is that guy? Does anybody know who he is? Who is, yeah, who the fuck is he? Why didn't he mention the guy's channel? Yeah, I can't find who this guy is. Nobody's even mentioning it in the comments. Thanks for the donation, Demonology. I want to figure out who he is so I can find his fucking social media. Who the fuck is he? This is annoying me. How do you do the search with Google Lens thing? Oh, there we go. Matthew Nagra is a fucking vegan dumbass. Is this the guy, Dylan Fanoof? Yeah, that's the guy. Okay. Wow. Bruh. So, little fucking, I don't know how tall he is, but he looks short. Yeah, little fucking midget here. Getting mogged by a fucking vegan, and then he's like saying shit, and he is on gear. He admits it, so it's not like, but you're on steroids. We're both on steroids. And apparently, I'm assuming this. Oh, wow. He's really small. This is from back in March. Dude. Oh my god, he's so tiny. The fuck? That's hilarious. What a dork. Bro. I mogged this guy as a fucking natural lifter. So this guy's on fucking steroids. This was me, Natty. So I started using steroids August 1st. This is from June 13th. That's me, Natty. That's him on fucking steroids. And then he's saying, you can't follow a vegan diet long term. That's fucking hilarious. What a dork. Well, there we go. I messaged him. Offered to debate him. Like, I think challenging him to a fight would just be silly. Like, this guy's a fucking midget. Like, I mean, ultra hardcore fucking Greg Doucette midget, and he's tiny. Like, this is him standing next to a girl, and he's not much bigger. So, what a dork, dude. Bro, like, this fucking dork is saying, oh yeah, vegan diet, you're gonna be like weak and malnourished and you can't follow the diet long term. Fucking mogging him natty and just absolutely fucking obliterate him to the fucking moon now that I'm on gear. Just no fucking comparison. Dude, like, how fucking... I exist. Like, I just don't understand how people can say this shit when I'm a real person that fucking exists. Do people just try to pretend like I'm not real? Like everyone knows me. Literally everybody. Fucking the biggest people in the fucking fitness industry have all complained about me. There's no fucking chance this guy doesn't know who I am. And then he says this shit. Like, it's just a fucking joke. I don't know how. Like, I must be a fucking bad dream or a fucking nightmare for everybody that they just try to pretend isn't real. It's fucking bizarre. Oh yeah, that pussy won't ever debate me. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. What a fucking dork. All these people are, all of them are just fucking dorks. All right. Well, I'm going to head to bed. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll be streaming tomorrow. We're going to be doing some back. We'll see. Like, usually I've been just doing bicep training the next day, but we'll see. It'll probably just be back training. Son Goku donated $2. Just hit a new low weight this morning at 180. I'm 6 foot tall, by the way. I'm not shredded yet, but pretty lean right now. My goal weight is probably going to be 170. All right, well, dope. I'm dieting right now too. I weighed in at 136.8 or something this morning. My weight was going up while dieting. I got back up to 240 pounds, and then it's gone back down a little bit to 236. But I've been getting leaner. It's just I've still been able to gain muscle mass and shit. So I'm not entirely sure where I'll end up weight-wise, because it keeps like going up and then going back down a little bit and then going back up. But yeah, if I get around 230, I'll probably be like pretty damn lean. My abs and stuff are already like starting to pop out. Like, you've seen my workout live streams and shit. I'm already like fairly lean. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku. Good work, man. You don't have much more weight to lose, just 10 pounds. But thanks again, everybody. Hope you all had fun. So workout stream tomorrow. I'll try to do that as early as I can, then normal stream later in the day as usual. But I will see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.